Yeah, Melissa.
I guess my experience has been just like, or maybe we're extra amazing. They just don't understand the same way you do.
Yeah. So in the Federation philosophy, we think that the blindness is a normal aspect of life, and that blind people are just normal individuals who happen not to be able to see. Anybody else have a way they want to describe Federation philosophy? You can live the life you want. Yeah, that's fair.
Your mountain is before you.
Say that again.
Your mountain is before you.
Give me a little more on that. What do you mean?
You have big challenges. Go.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Federation philosophy says that it's challenging. I think life is challenging in general, right? Anybody else? Yeah, Jennifer?
That while the way we do like people is different, it's not any better or worse, it's just different.
Yeah.
And we can accomplish those everyday tasks by using our technique.
There you go.
Adam,
Yeah, Adam.
I look at blindness, I guess, differently than some people do. Like, I have some eye vision, but yet I don't have certain abilities either as a blind person. And I know blindness is a spectrum. Even if two people have the same disability, the same exact, let's say two people have glaucoma, two people have, each person's life is going to be a lot different. In some aspects, but yet in certain aspects, it's the same. And how the general public sometimes looks at you, someone who's not disabled at all. Like, for example, I can go to a hardware store and I can go up to the counter and say, hey, I'm legally blind. I need to see a couple of items. They'll ask me, oh, what are you looking for? And I'll tell them, and they'll even though I've looked, I know I'm legally blind. They'll say, oh, they'll point down the hall, they're on aisle 54. And I'm like, I just mentioned
Yeah.
that I am legally blind. And so some people will, like some other people will look at a blind person and, like if you have a stereotypical, I was wearing the sunglasses and I was holding the cane, I've noticed when I see someone who's blind and they have a certain look to them, people will look at you differently versus if maybe you don't look like you're blind, but yet you might say you are, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there's an important aspect here, which is society likes to classify blind people into what we call the hierarchy of sight. And we know this through history and how the world has operated, that the more residual vision you might have has generally been thought to equate to you're more capable. And of course, we know from our experience as blind people and our philosophy that a lot of times people who have some remaining vision actually function less well in the world because they don't use the techniques that blind people use. They haven't accepted their blindness as just another characteristic. And we like to say that for people with low vision, and I'm going to come back to that in a second, that no vision techniques are low vision techniques. We know that the techniques that blind people use work regardless of the conditions and vision that you have, and those should work for individuals who have some remaining vision. But the society around us values very much how much people can see. That's why people ask you that question all of the time. Because that's an important first measure of how capable you are. But the Federation philosophy, we have said that as individuals with vision loss, that we face the same barriers, the same misconceptions, that we have more in common than we don't. And so we shouldn't classify each other by how much we can see or not. In fact, sometimes people ask me, well, you know, somebody that has this or that eye condition, and I have no idea. I have no idea how much people can see or not. I rarely ask people about it. And so I have no idea who has remaining vision, who doesn't, who has what eye condition, who doesn't. It's not something I pay attention to, because I figure if you identify as a blind person, if you use the techniques and you associate with this community, then that's what's important. I'm much more interested in whether you're a Cowboys fan or, you know, root for a higher class team or, you know, things like that, things like that.
Can I add something?
Sure, Katie.
I'm loving all the things you're saying.
Yeah.
because In our experience, I feel like so my son became visually impaired in January. So our family went from one end of the spectrum to the other, like
Yeah.
being in total ignorance and not
Yeah.
understanding, not even aware of anything. And now we're going to the other end where we're getting understanding and seeing it, like all the amazing things. And I know this sounds really funny, but coming to the blind conference, I feel like you've all opened my eyes.
Yeah.
So I know that sounds funny, but
This
the
is where it's normal.
the
Yeah.
philosophy and you know, you're talking about ability versus disability, and so I feel like this has been great to show me ability, like everything.
Yeah.
So right before Ken was out of the country and then came home blind, visually impaired, and we sat our family down and we said, okay, we never want to hear he can't do this, he can't do this, he can't do this. We're gonna figure out how. And all of you have been this incredible example of like, there's no can't, there's how.
Yeah.
There's how we're gonna do this. And so as we talked about the NFB philosophy and external perspectives and internal
Yeah.
perspectives, that is what I love. There's no can't, there's how.
Yeah. So.
This looks different.
Yeah, absolutely. So this idea of a pattern of thought is really important. And so, you know, the idea of there being a truth in a philosophy, I'll touch on that for just a moment. You know, the NFB philosophy has come about from blind people sharing with each other our aspirations, our understanding, our experience, but also them pushing each other a little further, raising expectations for each other. Now, the thing about a philosophy is it is a journey, it's not a destination. And so we all may be in different places in terms of how we think about the Federation philosophy and what that encourages us to do. So we don't have time today to talk about all of the aspects of Federation philosophy. But what I would say is you should endeavor to study what blind people have said from their past experience and how they put that philosophy into action. One good example of this is a speech that Dr. Jernigan gave called The Nature of Independence. And I raise this because some people say of the Federation that the expectation is you're a certain kind of blind person that looks a certain kind of way, that does a certain kind of thing to be the kind of blind person that the Federation wants. which is not at all true. I can tell you that when I first walked into the convention of the National Federation of the Blind, I couldn't do anything for myself. I couldn't read the agenda at my first convention. I couldn't read print. I knew print, but it had to be very, very big for me to read it. I didn't know Braille. I had to find a blind person to read to me. I had no idea how to get around confidently. I could fake it. So I followed people around the convention. Hey, what room are you going to? Oh, good. Let me follow you, you know? And I listened to people at the convention. I remember, I was a college student and I was sitting out by the pool. It's California. And these blind people are talking about their canes and the weight of their cane and how long their cane is. And I'm thinking, man, this is the lamest pool conversation. Like we're in California at the pool. Why does the length of your cane matter? Well, you know what? I was listening and I had at that convention, I brought a fold-up cane that I had been given for graduating high school. Nobody told me how to use it. I was given this fold-up cane for graduating from high school. I had it at the University of Wisconsin, but I could fake it really good without a cane. I was awesome at faking it. But I knew I should take it to the convention because I'd never traveled across the country by myself. And I listened to what they were saying about, the canes and the weights, and it can't matter that much. And so I used that raggedy old cane for the next year. And when I got to my second convention in New Orleans, 1997, I thought, okay, well, let me buy one of these canes and see what the big deal is. And so I bought a cane that was a little longer, was a lot lighter. And I thought, what an idiot. Why was I waiting so long? But I had to discover it for myself. But because I listened to what the philosophy was behind it, why a longer cane? Why a lighter cane? Why does it matter? It made sense when I got there. So our philosophy gives us kind of guideposts. People mentioned values, ethos, about how to think about our experience as blind people. And the main thing I want to come to on this is the biggest thing that the Federation philosophy teaches us is that we are in control of our own lives. Or for Megan up here, the locus of control is within us. Yeah. And this is a primary, an important component because the rest of the world is set up and has been formalized into what I call the vision industrial complex to teach blind people that someone else is in charge of our lives, that someone else is needed. I'll get to you in 1 second, Carl. Just wanted to add that a good example is I have been in many, many rooms of blind people where somebody yells out, "Does somebody have a pair of eyes?" Now, oftentimes, if I'm close by, I'll say, "I have a pair of eyes." Well, they don't work too well. And technically, it's more like 1.5. But, and what I find out is that the thing they're trying to do doesn't actually often require vision. Doesn't actually require vision. Now, I may not help them in the same way that someone who has eyesight would, but that initial reaction of, I need someone who can see to save me, is what society has taught blind people. And so what we do in this space that we've created together, which I believe is the normal space, the rest of the world is not, is that we start with the prospect that vision is not a requirement for success. And because we've worked together to figure it out, the cases where vision is actually required are very, very small now. But a lot of blind people still don't believe it. All right, Carl.
I'm just gonna say, you're talking about, the philosophy and being around the federation. I joined in 1978, I was a low mission person. And I did a lot of the things that you talked about, and I think, yeah, in front of people with canes and grab an elevator, that kind of neat stuff that you do. But when I lost my remaining vision in 1989, I remember when I was going for, I went in for surgery, and what kept me going was thinking, all of those people I've known all these years, looking on, I mean, I wasn't quite ready for it until that moment, I suppose. But because I had been around the Federation, heard those things talk, the odd things talk about, and how we do things, I was confident that I wasn't quite sure how it happened, I decided to be trained. But I knew it could be done, and that was something that was really great, positive for me at the time. The other thing I was going to say, you talked about not knowing what kind of vision people have. I just learned a few years ago, you guys have that, so I always thought you were blind. So
Yeah.
so I never thought that even that.
Carl mentions Jim Gashel. When my wife Melissa first came around the Federation, she heard Jim Gashel give these very impressive presentations, and she was sure he was sighted, which just goes to show you the kind of environment that we're raised in, right? It's a very vision-centric environment where vision, competency, all these things are tied together. Okay, so there's a lot that you can study and read about what blind people have said, and you should start to put your own ideas in the mix about our philosophy, but you have to study it first. And there's a lot of great stuff to study and debate, talk about. I like to point out a really nice, very short article was written in the Braille Monitor called The Blind Table. And it's a very simple observation about what happens when blind people show up to a restaurant and where do they get seated. And if you read the article and then you start to watch what happens when you go to restaurants, you'll figure out, wow, this is actually true. So there's lots of stuff you can study out there. But what we wanted to talk about this morning then is, okay, how do we take that and put it into action, not just in our own lives, but as an organization, and then determine what our priorities are. Because if we believe in blind people and we believe blind people can compete on terms of equality, we still have to recognize that society is still set up in a way that disadvantages us. And so that requires us to consider what kind of policy priorities we need to get the government to pay attention to equal the playing field so that we can, in fact, have the training and compete on terms of equality. So Everett, you ready to move to that?
Yep.
So with respect to that, well, Everett, do you want to take questions about our?
Yeah, I think we should take questions about that. I think, there's a lot of stuff in the news about the Department of Education being, dismissed or reorganized. And I wondered about, our members and how they felt about that and what it meant to them. Did it scare them? Did they agree with it? That type of thing. So I think we could start there. We could also, and so let's kind of look at what the Department of Education encompasses.
I was gonna say, I know when I was going through school as a kid, I remember, being able to have either extra time or like if I needed to have a test taken, I remember being able to have the accommodations of, they would have another student go out in the hall and read the the question to me, you know, and then I would give them the option. They would write the answer down for me. And seeing what's going on now with the, you know, education being cut with the, it's in my mind, but with the the 5-4 being cut, that I can see disadvantaging people from being able to get the things they need to be able to get their education. It's cutting a lot of things on many levels.
Oh, okay, good. What does, can anyone tell me, what does the Department of Education oversee with regards to how it affects blind people's education? Have some Pell Grants. Yeah, I guess so. A little more. Yeah. Okay. How about, does anyone know what IDEA is? Okay. Tell me what IDEA is.
Individual Disability Education Act.
What does it mean, Chris?
It means that students with disability have to have an annual evaluation by a teacher, a school administrator, a special ed teacher, or visual specialist. And they sit down and about the resources that student needs. They set goals for the year, check the progress of the previous year. And to do that, they also have certain law rights under that act, free and appropriate education. With various things, what can be done as far as we can. That's generally what it does.
So if we did not have a Department of Education, who would oversee that? Mark, go ahead.
The state, the local school district, and the DOE government, special ed, construction, and that.
Do you think that all states and all districts are equally vetted and equally equipped to do that?
It could be, and that's whether they are or not, it's still, I think, a local thing that needs to get advocated for those things. And, you know, Congress can pass laws of the level of quality.
It needs to go to Health and Human Services.
It has to be just the federal. You can't have. IDEA has to be federal. Doesn't have to have a Department of Education.
But you think the folks at the Health and Human Services would do a better job of managing it than the Department of Education has done?
I'd do the same to you.
We have to change the name to add education for our existing laws.
Feel free to jump in, Mark.
Didn't find out that I had a vision for like a small town. And one teacher. And I lived in California. When I lived in California, my school district, person was fighting and saying, no, she belongs in she's a 504. I could not have been able to figure it out further than even.
So this is a great item because the Federation, we don't care about the Department of
We
Education.
really don't.
Obviously, there's a diversity of opinions right here. But before there was a Department of Education, these services lived somewhere. We care about the services and that layer of protecting the rights that blind people have and where the expertise is going to be to provide not only federal oversight, but opportunities to create innovation and best practices. There are hardly any school districts in America that have very deep expertise about Braille instruction. But the Department of Education, could be any department, offers grants to do demonstration projects for Braille instruction and innovative practices in Braille instruction. Now, how well has the Department of Education done in administering those grants? I think they've been horrible. How do I know? Because the Federation has applied for many a grant, and we have been told that our practices are not research-based. Guess what? All of the grantees who have gotten grants are doing things that aren't research-based. But this is where it's really important that we think about and not get caught up in the mainstream arguments, right? It's not for us to decide where the programs are going to live as an organization. We want the programs to survive. I know we got some blind vendors in the room. They care a lot about the Randolph-Shepard Act, as do we as blind people. But almost every blind person who's in the business enterprise program that I know would say the Department of Education's been horrible for Randolph-Shepard. It has stood down on its responsibility to defend the law. I don't know if another department will do it any better, by the way. But what we care about is protecting the program that has been established for blind people and making it better. And by the way, our experience is that it is very difficult to rebuild something. So if we tear down the programs that we have, burn them down, as they say, it's very hard to get them back. So our goal is to try to improve them and get them to a better place. Go ahead, Aaron.
I think the other thing that I wanted to ask, how many people in here are currently or have received vocational rehabilitation? And who oversees vocational rehabilitation? Yeah. And would I say that they are managed well? No, I wouldn't. I'd say that. I definitely would not say that. But I definitely think that the vocational rehabilitation program has to stay intact. In fact, if they can find a way to make it better by listening to their constituents that have benefited or maybe not benefited from the program, I think that would go a long way. It's funny, Mark and I, we sit on different sides of the aisle, but when we talk, we actually agree a lot more than we disagree. So it's really fun. Okay, so I always love to ask Mark what he thinks, because he's not afraid to tell me, and I'm the same way with Mark. And I'm talking about Mark Turley, not Mark Riccoboto. Sorry. So I just realized that when I said Mark. Yeah, Mark Turley and I, we are great friends. But we definitely sit on different sides of the aisle, but we can talk, we can kind of banter back and forth, and we'll find areas of common ground and agree, which is what I think has happened, which is what I think the country is failing at right now. The country just doesn't talk to each other and find ways to agree, and then that's the problem of where we're at. And I think that's why we're seeing the problems that we're facing as a country in general. So what about other things that are, we can get off of education now? What are other areas that are being challenged? 504, sure. Can you tell me a little bit about 504, Sarah?
is not having to do with the current administration necessarily. The district attorney, right, so-
Of Texas, yep.
And then 17 other states hopped on it, that law, say, hey, you don't have the right to change. But they didn't necessarily specify. That you're kind of throwing out, if you are, it was very oddly worded. And very, very confusing to all the people that I've been introduced with. So it's been a very divisive conversation. And so that's.
Yeah, I agree. Utah is one of those states too. And it's funny that we saw the Attorney General on TV. He was it was a CBS broadcast or channel 2, the local CBS affiliate broadcast. And he was interviewed right there. And he said, well, we don't want to end 504. We don't want to end the services that 504 protects or provides. That's not what we're after at all, And then he kind of mullied around about, but he wouldn't remove Utah, but we don't want Utah to end any of these services. So it was very confusing on what he wanted to do. I wish they would have asked him a little more clearly of what he wanted to do. But he was pretty clear that he didn't want to end any of the services that 504 directly affects.
So this is where it gets really important to recognize that we live in a very kind of soundbite society. And here we have, an item that is fairly complex. The first thing to understand is that the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and specifically Section 504 of that law, is the basis for the Americans with Disabilities Act, and specifically the access rights that we have under Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which has to do a lot with our access in all aspects of state and local government. And so by challenging 504 as a whole, that could actually diminish the rights that have been established under the Americans with Disabilities Act, which, by the way, could be a stronger law already, but this would definitely challenge that. Now, a lot of the conversation around the lawsuit has nothing to do with disability, except that those who have brought the lawsuit have written in their filing that they challenge the constitutionality of the entire law. Now, they have released a statement in a status report to the court, which says they have no intention of challenging the law, but as the resolution says, that I think is going to be discussed later today, they have never changed their initial filing. So they can say whatever they want in a status report. The way that a legal case works, that is still part of their claim to the court. So until they amend their filing to the court, they're still challenging the constitutionality of the law, whether they say it or not. Some of the other issues that are being debated around this case actually have nothing to do with laws that Congress have passed. It has to do with regulations that have been promulgated. And part of those regulations that we got last year actually strengthened the law and the understanding of the law for people with disabilities, specifically for blind people, and specifically as it relates to websites and mobile applications. So this gets very complicated, and this is where, when we're just following the sound bites in the mainstream, it can seem like the Federation is pursuing the wrong thing. Now, we have no interest as an organization, all of the other issues aren't for us to figure out. But we are always partisan for blind people. And so if you're going to challenge the fundamental rights that we've established for blind people, we have to defend those. Go ahead, Eric.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. What's another thing that is being talked about a lot, and that they want to reform? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. It is concerning. I also think there probably was some bloat and some, parts of Social Security that may have been too big. And I just don't know if it was a strategic way of cutting. It was just more of a shred down rather than really strategically looking at what could be cut and why. It became more of just a blanket. We're just going to shred this down the middle here and hope for the best. And that's the part that I think concerned us. And the fact that asking people to go to an office to verify their disability or validate it, I guess, when there is mechanisms in place that doesn't have to happen, but to change that was also concerning to me, myself, and us. I don't know if we actually made a statement regarding that.
I mean, it's part of the basis of the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Some of you may remember, or you may not be aware, that during the pandemic, we sued the Social Security Administration because one of the only things that they were doing that required personal interaction, not verification through telephone or some other means, was if you wanted to apply for disability benefits, you had to physically sign what they use a wet ink signature. You had to physically sign a piece of paper and go out and mail it. So all of the other areas of Social Security you could do via telephone. There were ways to verify your identity, but if you're a person with a disability, and of course, if you're a blind person, you might, unless you have access to something like IRA, you would have to interact with someone to physically sign a document in the right place, because of course, if you don't sign it in the right place, they're going to reject it. And then you would have to go out and mail it. And so you had to risk exposure to you or to someone else during the COVID time. So we sued them over that, and they finally agreed that there were 21st century methods for verifying people. But now they've actually rolled that back because of the cuts. The other thing that's really interesting is that they eliminated, in the first round of Social Security cuts, they eliminated the entire department that was responsible for delivering materials to Social Security beneficiaries in alternative formats. Well, Braille, believe it or not, Social Security has still been sending stuff out on CD. They were actually consulting with us about how to update that. But they eliminated the staff that were working on that. So if you can't get your statements in an accessible format because the expertise isn't there, that's a real problem for blind people. The other thing is, reforming a program is something we're for, right? And, there are good practices for making changes in government agencies and notifying the public of it. So one of the things that they've done, they've now kind of rolled it back, was to change the overpayment rules. And most blind people who have received disability benefits have had an overpayment because Social Security generally applies the disability rules to blind beneficiaries, not the blind rules.
How many people in here have had that happen?
Yeah.
Quite a few.
What do you mean by the blind rules?
So, yeah, so it's a good question. So the Federation, we have advocated, and in fact, since 1940, because Social Security was one of the primary motivators for us to bring a national organization together. We have advocated that blind people face very clear, distinct barriers and have distinct needs amongst the class of people with disabilities, and there should be specific rules for blind people. One of those has been to establish the idea of legal blindness as a clear characteristic for determining eligibility for services. So blind people have very specific rules and very specific earnings limits that are different than the general disability rules. Also, recognizing that blind people face other challenges, like we can't drive cars. And so we have argued for blind work expenses to be a specific category under Social Security. So blind people operate under different rules than other people with disabilities. And sometimes people
This
say,
is legal definition of blind.
Yes,
You have
legal,
to meet
yeah.
that. Yeah.
and some people say, well, why? That's not fair. And we say, well, we support other disabilities advocating for rules as well. It's just, that's not our expertise, right? We represent blind people, and we're trying to make sure that blind people are fairly represented. A lot of blind people get overpayments because Social Security applies the general disability rules either to income or to how work expenses are counted.
We only have about 5 more minutes, so I'm gonna let you all ask us
Yeah, there you go.
any question you want to ask us in these last 5 minutes.
Back here, this is, board members.
Yep.
I don't know if any of us receive either Medicaid or Medicare, but I have to work with the people who have employment with the Department of Workforce. And because of that, I have to do some paperwork, and that's what stops me from receiving any kind of insurance. So I think that to me sounds like it's discrimination. So what do you guys think we should do with the people who work for the Department of Workforce Services?
That's a good question, Ron. I'd probably need to know a little bit more specifically about your situation. And then I'd probably try to find someone in the Department of Workforce Services that can specifically answer your question and move forward from there. Because I don't know, I need to know a little bit more specifics about that. So
It's basically the paperwork talks about housing, food. And
yes.
everything else that we have to know.
Yeah. Barbie?
So something I have noticed is that as an employee for the Department of Workforce Services, which we are at the SBBI, we take all these trainings that we can't discriminate based on language. So if somebody comes in that needs an interpreter, they get one. But if somebody who is blind walks in and needs help filling out paperwork, they cannot have a third party interpreter, basically written someone who will help them. You have to bring your own person with you.
That's not what the Americans with Disabilities
No,
Act says.
I know,
So,
I know what my friends have told me.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
happens,
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
in
yeah.
theory, this is a better thing.
I
Yeah.
think those types of things, if I can get specific people, then
yeah,
we can work
Yeah.
on, we've got friends at the Disability Law Center that love to sue. And it's their job. And so I think, I don't want to sue if I have, if I can prevent it, I will go and talk with the Department of Workforce
Yeah.
Services.
It's not my story, it's others.
Yeah, I
If
know,
hear
I
one,
know.
I will let you know.
Yeah, that would be great.
but even that, I don't think, our affiliate, we don't need individuals. We can still go have that conversation.
True.
It's not unique to Utah. I mean, this happens all over the place. If you walk into a post office and ask them to fill out a label for you, oftentimes the local folks will say, we're not allowed to do that. The Federation, we publish it in the Monitor. We've got the Inspector General, when there was one, at the post office, as well as the General Counsel at the United States Post Office, to say that clearly this is not a problem and local offices should be doing this. But, a lot of times, someone somewhere, a manager somewhere has, interpreted something to say, well, we can't help people fill things out, so don't do it. That's our policy. And a lot of times, people with disabilities won't challenge it.
Yeah.
And so that's why, in the case of the post office, we published it in the Braille Monitor so that you can flash the letter that says, well, here's a letter from the post office that says that's not the policy.
Well, and Adam, I was gonna say that kind of crosses, because even if you want some of the later on, if you want to build there, they're not blind, but they can't physically write very well because of their disability. Even the crossovers between someone who has multiple disabilities, and part of that is blindness, where someone else that might have the same physical disability, but they don't have blindness as well. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Adam. So it's 9:57, so we should probably go ahead and stop. The parents division is going to stay in this room and have their meeting. The student division and the Spanish speaking division are across the hotel on the other side where we had the exhibit hall. There are 2 rooms over there. So Mark and I have to go speak at the student division right away because that's what we were put on their agenda. But then we'll be back here, Sarah. I'll come back here before your meeting is over and we'll be part of your meeting. All right, thank you, everybody. Yeah. Microphone, man. How you doing, Deetra? How my Girl Scout cookies going? Are they going up? Good, 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 good.
You don't have long push any buttons or anything, it just says the.
You test. You test. Okay, good. They both work together. Yes, we figured it out. Yay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing.
Are you a podium person, Brooklyn? No. Just handy there. It is 10:02. Good morning. Good morning. It smells new. The mic smells brand new. Wait for just a jiff. It looks like we're not doing. Good morning. Oh, that's a weird headset. Okay. We're a small but mighty group today. My name is Sarah Erb, and I'm the Parents Division President for the NFB of Utah. And we're excited to be together this morning. I expect we'll probably have some more people trickle in. And we've got some people, I believe, is attending on Zoom as well. In addition to our parents board meeting and elections, we have a special guest who's not a guest. Her name is Brecklyn Everett, and she's a parent of a blind student who's 13, who is 13 now. And she's also a practitioner in what's called TBRI. And I'll let her, she'll do a better explanation about that than I will, but I've been really impressed with the aspect of parenting from this perspective and the lens of just trust as the basic and the connection with your child, with your spouse, whoever it be, your parent. And it's got very applicable aspects to all stages of life. So she said she'd be happy to come share what she's been working on. I think it's been over about 6 years that you've kind of learned about it and known about it, maybe longer. And so there's a local group that of practitioners in Utah, and you do virtual and in person. Yeah, so it's kind of a neat aspect that I was like, this is such a perfect approach for our families, whether there's a blind parent or a blind child. And so she's happy to be here, and we can have her go first. I think, because then we'll let everyone else trickle in that might be coming. We did change rooms from the Juniper room, so we're glad that you all are here. We want to just maybe do a quick who's here, if you can say your name out loud, and then maybe what city you live in. That'd be great. Great.
Hi, Shelley Totai from Salt Lake.
The other person holding the mic can say their name. Willie. And my name is Sarah. I'm from Salt Lake. I didn't mention that earlier. So,
Okay.
all right. We're on Zoom, correct? Okay, great.
Okay, wonderful. Wow, that's great. No pressure then, right? It's fine. I feel like, oh good, I'm speaking to a small group, and then I forget there are people on Zoom and it's recorded, and now I can be nervous. So anyway, my name is Brecklin Everett, and like Sarah said, I work on the board of My Healing Home, and also I am a TBRI practitioner. I will explain a little bit what TBRI is. It stands for Trust-Based Relational Intervention. It's a little bit complicated to say, so we just call it TBRI. It is a whole child approach to meeting your children's needs in a trauma-informed way. That, again, is so many words. And we'll talk about this so that it all makes sense in just a minute. And I'm using note cards because I tend to go off on a tangent sometimes and just get talking. So this is going to help me stay on task. So we are going to talk about parenting our children and parenting with an understanding of trauma. So TBRI gives us the tools that we need to see a behavior. So when we look at a child's behavior, we have the opportunity to see it as willful disobedience or as a survival behavior. And TBRI gives us the opportunity to make that decision in an informed way and understanding what we're looking at when we see a behavior. And Karen Purvis, who sort of invented, I guess, TBRI, said that TBRI is the gift of compassion that comes with deep insight. So when we deeply understand our child's experience, then we can offer compassion that's applicable and that is important for them. So first we're going to work really quickly on understanding trauma. Probably half of you in this room are saying, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I need. I'm so glad I'm in this breakout room. And the other half are like, wow, I think I'm in the wrong breakout room. So I hope that as we talk about this though, that regardless of what side of that coin you're on, you will find some good information here and some tools that will be awesome in your parenting tool belt. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. When we look at trauma, basically there are some what we call risk factors, some things that put us at risk for having trauma. And that starts in utero, which seems like what children in utero, babies aren't having experiences. How can that happen? As that little brain is coming online and as it is getting wired up, all of the experiences it's having are helping create that brain. And when we are looking at experiences in utero, really what we're looking at are the experiences of the mom. So if you have mom guilt, raise your hand. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to. If you have dad guilt, raise it. No. Okay. So I'm not here to guilt you. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So the experience in trauma or in utero is the first thing that we look at. It's called, what we call it is stressful pregnancy. And that can look like a mom who is homeless or a mom who is in an abusive relationship. But what that also can look like is a mom whose partner was deployed during pregnancy. That would definitely be stressful, right? What that can look like is a mom who maybe has other kids at home and one of the other children has a stressful medical event. And so the mom is staying for several days at the hospital with that child. That is a stressful environment. And so when we're looking at stressful pregnancy, it doesn't necessarily just have to be like abuse or homelessness or one of these really big things. It can just be, is the mom experiencing a stressful pregnancy? Are there stressful things happening? And what happens then is that mom's brain and body and biology are being flooded with stress hormones that then travel, of course, through the umbilical cord to that baby. And so as its brain is developing and being wired, it's saying, gosh, life is pretty stressful. This experience of being a little human is a stressful one. So the brain needs to develop around that. And again, this is not to guilt any others. Like that husband who is deployed, that's his job. And what he's doing is a wonderful thing. And it can be causing trauma. This isn't, you tried to be a good parent, but you kind of failed. This is an and situation. You were such a good mom to take your child to the hospital and stay with them during treatment and do what you needed to do. And that caused that brain in utero to be flooded with cortisol. You can be a good parent and your child can have trauma. So the next one is kind of a similar thing. It is early hospitalization and early medical treatments. And we're not talking about the well child visit where the doctor is weighing the child and measuring them and says, oh, you are so healthy. You're such a cute little baby. We're just going to kind of look at you and say everything's great. These are the medical experiences that probably several of our children in this room have experienced, or maybe we have experienced. And when we're looking at a population of blind people, I don't have statistics on this, but we're looking at a population who is more likely to have experienced early hospitalization and early medical interventions. And I would include in that things that may not have been done by a medical doctor, but I'm thinking of my daughter who has bilateral prosthetics, ocular prosthetics. Okay, that experience was painful. It was scary. It was some man she didn't know, like pushing on her face and being in her space. Pre-language, what we know about the brain in children is before they have language, they interpret those experiences the same way that they would abuse. So if your child was in the NICU, You were doing the right thing. You were saving your child's life, right? Or they had, a surgery to save their leg or something. You're doing the right thing. And that brain is just feeling all that it knows without language is I'm hurting and my safe person isn't stopping it. And so you're doing the right thing and there can be trauma from it. Both of those things can be true at the same time. The next couple that we look at are abuse and neglect. And those, everybody's saying, okay, obviously. But one thing that we want to be careful about is with neglect, remembering that we used to say, oh, thank goodness, it's just neglect. This child was abused, but oh, good. This one was just neglected. It's going to be fine. And what we now understand is that abuse says, I see you and you're wrong. You're bad. What neglect says is you don't exist. You're nothing. And so actually neglect can be more impactful than abuse. So we just want to be careful when we're looking at those to understand that. And then there's one-time trauma. And these are things like weather-related situations or a car wreck that happens. And the interesting thing about one-time events is that they can only be defined by the person who experienced them as trauma. So as you guys will remember, maybe like 5 years ago, there was an earthquake in Utah and everybody was home at my house. We were all experiencing the same thing. Okay, we all were there. We weren't like some of us where it was worse or better, whatever. We were all together and our whole family experienced it. And my husband came up from the office and was like, whoa, do you feel that earthquake? That's crazy, right? I, on the other hand, was ballistic in that moment. I was like, we're all gonna die, grab the children. Do we go to a doorway or outside? I don't remember. We have to save everyone. And my husband's like, calm down, girl, we're fine. For weeks after that, every time we felt, because we had a lot of aftershocks, remember that? Every time we had the aftershocks, like I'd be like, did you feel that? My husband's like, no, what are you talking about? And I'm like, oh my gosh, all over again, we're gonna die. And like my brain and biology and body process that totally different than everybody else in my house who was like, that felt really cool. I was like, that was not cool. So we each can experience even the same event and our bodies and brains and biology process it in a different way. And then the last one that I wanted to mention is systems trauma. That is like foster care, say. That is a system that is in place to help kids and it can cause trauma, okay? We also have things like racism in systems that we call kind of the new woke phrase, I guess, is systemic racism. But really that's when there is a system in place that has situations that can promote racism. And then we see the same thing with ableism, where there are systems that it's systemic ableism. So, and I think that in this demographic, that's important to talk about and recognize. So let's talk about how these things change, affect a person, I would say. And when we talk about trauma affecting someone, these are the things that it's affecting is what we're going to talk about right now. They are the 5 Bs. And let's see if I can name them without looking. Okay, brain, biology, belief, behavior, and body. All of those things are changed with trauma. And the first thing that we're going to talk about is biology. So there was a study done by Kaiser Permanente where they looked at adverse childhood experiences. They call it your ACEs. And people who had adverse childhood experiences were more likely to have cancer. We're more likely to have heart disease. And there are all these statistics for that. But the important thing to note is the reason why. And that is because when the body experiences trauma, the HPA axis is activated and our brains and bodies are flooded with stress hormones like cortisol and the other one whose name I just forgot, but I'll remember it in a minute. And when that happens, our immune systems are chronically suppressed. You cannot stay healthy and stay alive. Your body will always prioritize staying alive over staying healthy. And an example of that is pretend that you're out on a boat with your family and having a great day and you fall overboard. I don't know, I've never been boating, but I imagine that would be scary. And like you sink, I don't know, you don't have your life vest on, you sink to the bottom. Okay, your body is going to send like everything, cortisol and adrenaline rushing through your body so that your little legs can like kick for all they're worth toward the surface. Okay, that's prioritizing staying alive. What it can't do is say, you know, earlier I was starting to feel kind of sick. I think I need some rest and vitamin C right now. Like, that's not going to happen, right? It's going to prioritize staying alive. So that's how trauma affects the biology. The next one is the brain. And if you're not familiar with Dan Siegel's hand model, we're going to learn it right now. It's going to be so fun. So everybody hold up your hand and make a number 4. So your thumb is tucked in and your fingers are sticking up straight. And now we're going to close your fingers over your thumb so that you're making a fist with your thumb tucked in. And if you were to punch someone like this, you would break your thumb, so don't do that. But this is what we call the hand model of the brain. And these 4 fingers up here are representing what we call the upstairs brain. This is our higher thinking, comes in this area. So problem solving and figuring out math problems. If your child says, I'm doubling this recipe, how much flour do I need? Your upstairs brain is going to figure that out for you. And putting language to feelings and cause and effect, that all happens up here. Okay. Now we're going to lift up our fingers. When we get upset, sometimes we say, I flipped my lid, right? That's a phrase we use. When we lift up our fingers, like back into the number 4 shape, we have flipped our lid. And the part of the brain that's in front of us right now that we're looking at is our palm and our thumb. And that represents the downstairs brain. And that is where survival takes place. Like swallowing and breathing and blood pressure and heart rate and all those things happen in your downstairs brain. And the thumb represents the amygdala. Now, when we close our fingers over our thumb, this is the brain that we want to have most of the time, right? This is where we want our children when they're at school. We want their brains to be nice and regulated. We want this well-integrated brain. But our brains are designed to flip their lids in certain situations. So let's say I'm driving down I-15 and somebody cuts me off. I'm not going to stay in my well-integrated brain and think, wow, I wonder if the speed of their car times the trajectory, I don't even know math, like trajectory of whatever. And is my insurance going to cover da, 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 okay? My lid flips and I slam on the brakes, right? That keeps me alive. In children who have trauma, their amygdala is up to twice the normal size. And what that means is the amygdala is the watchdog of the brain. Okay, some people put their hand up to their forehead like they're looking out to remember that is the watchdog of the brain. It is scanning your environment constantly to make sure that you're safe, to make sure everything's okay. So in children with trauma, their amygdala that is twice the size is constantly looking out for trauma and finding it. So they are flipping their lid repeatedly throughout the day. And what this looks like is your child is in line to walk down at school, walk to the cafeteria and get some lunch. Everybody's happy going along, and their little friend behind them bumps into them. Your child who has experienced trauma turns around in that moment in fight, flight, and freeze mode and punches their friend. In that moment, we have the opportunity, or the teacher has the opportunity to see that as willful disobedience. This is a naughty child. This is an aggressive child. They are mean. They are a bully. They just hauled off and punched a kid. What a terrible child, right? Or to see that as a survival behavior. And when we understand that that is what's going on, then we say, hey, well, buddy, I can see that that really scared you. That startled you, didn't it? Let me help you calm down. I'm here with you in this moment. That was really scary. And we're going to help that brain go from flipped lid to an integrated brain again. And then the next time when we line up, we're going to empower them by asking, hey, where would you like to stand in line so that you feel safe? And maybe that's at the back of the line where they can not have people bumping into them, or where they can keep an eye on what's going on. Their amygdala can do its job a little easier. Or standing up at the front and holding the teacher's hand so they feel safe. That's what that looks like. The next one, and I don't know how much time I'm using because I didn't wear a watch. So if I run out of time, let me know. Okay, Sarah. The next one is belief. And that's kind of what we just talked about. When you go to that child and you say, oh my gosh, you terrible, you have in-school suspension for the rest of your life, mister. You don't punch kids. What an aggressive child. I am writing a report right now. Versus, hey, I've got you, buddy. You're really scared right now. Let's calm down together. Their belief is totally different in that moment. If you're yelling at them and they're getting that over and over and over, they start to think, oh my gosh, I am a mean kid. Sorry, is this not picking up? I am an aggressive kid. My other friends don't punch kids in line. What's wrong with me? We want to change that belief. We want to intercept those beliefs, right? Okay, the next one is the body. And we're going to talk really quickly about our senses. So we all learned in elementary school that we have 5 senses, right? Seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching. Okay, but we also have 2 internal senses. Does anybody here know what those are? Have you guys heard of this? Is this like new information? Okay, we have, you could just shout it out if you know one. Nope.
I've got one. My name is Sarah.
Okay.
Proprioception.
Yes, proprioception. What on earth is proprioception? Does anybody know? Do you know, Sarah?
I learned about this hardcore when we did a sensory integration class for
Awesome.
our daughter, who is now 10. I think she was 4 at the time.
Okay.
And I worked for a developmental clinic, and every kid that got diagnosed with a developmental disability essentially had the opportunity to go to this class. And I was like, my kid has a sensory,
Yeah.
has a sensory something going on.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how big of a thing that is, the proprioception.
Absolutely. Yeah. So proprioception has to do with touch, but it's not touch. It's more like pressure. So this looks like a child who needs a weighted blanket to fall asleep, right? Or somebody who wants to give you a really tight hug. Now, in all senses, we have seekers and avoiders. So this might also be the child who is like, do not touch me. Put a light sheet over me to sleep. That's me. Okay, I don't want a big heavy blanket on me. I will freak out. But that is our proprioception. You might have a child who every time they go to pet the cat, you're like, gentle hands, gentle hands, gentle hands, because you know they're gonna like smash the cat as they pet it and like rub its fur off. Or you could have a child who's constantly dropping their spoon because they're having a really hard time knowing how firmly to hold that spoon. That all is proprioception, okay? The other internal sense is vestibular, and that has to do with our place in space, I will say. And I see this a lot in kids who are blind, trying to figure out where they are in space. This is the child who walks down the hall with their hand like trailing the wall, or a child who spins, or a child who wants to be on the swings all the time, or a child in the rocking chair, rocking back and forth, or sometimes we call it stimming a lot of times in the blind community. That stands for like stimulating. And we're stimming. There are different ways that stimulate that sensory input, but rocking back and forth, that is all our vestibular sense. So when we have a child who has sensory integration disorder and they're having a hard time understanding their senses, we get some behaviors. Then we also have some senses that are slower to process. And for auditory, I'm going to give you an example of this. This looks like, okay, I'm in my kitchen and I hear my child bouncing the ball in the entryway of the house where there's like a hard floor, like tile, and they're bouncing it. But I have a family picture and a glass figurine right there. So I say, hey buddy, I need you to stop bouncing the ball. And what does my child with auditory processing disorder do? Yes, he keeps bouncing the ball. And I'm in the kitchen, like my lid is flipping right now because it's like bounce, 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 bounce. So I storm in there. By the time I get there though, he stopped. And I say, I told you to stop bouncing the ball. He says, I did. I have, in this moment, here I am again, I get to see this as willful disobedience, or now that I understand trauma, I get to see this as a survival behavior. And what I know is that auditory input can be delayed. Their processing of auditory input can be delayed. And this is for several reasons, one of which is the corpus callosum in the brain is thickened in kids who have trauma. So the messages going from one side of the brain to the other actually take longer to travel there. So it takes, when we ask a child who has trauma to do something, we can pretty much guarantee we have to count to 5 to 7 seconds before they can react. So when I said, I need you to stop bouncing the ball, and he's bouncing the ball 1 time per second, that gives me about 5 to 7 more bounces before it stops. And with my understanding of trauma, I will then say, thank you so much for stopping right away. Thanks for minding immediately, because that's exactly what he did. As soon as he had the information, he stopped. And that again affects that belief in himself. I'm such a good kid. I stopped right away. I know how to mind my mom. I do a good job. The next one, we've kind of talked about this through the whole thing, is behaviors. So trauma affects our behaviors, right? We've seen how that works. And I have so many examples, but let's go ahead. I think I'm kind of running out of time. So let's recap just a little bit and talk about what tools we have that we've talked about for each one of these. So our tool for behavior was to look at it with a trauma lens and think, is this willful disobedience or is this a survival behavior? That's our job in that moment, right? The next is to remember for the body, that was our next one, is that our kids are going to have much slower processing for their senses. And we need to count 5 seconds from the time we ask them to do something. It does, right? It can improve, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, will you hand him a microphone so everyone can hear? Thanks, Sarah.
Referred to as a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. I hit a semi, so
Wow.
so I had to go through rehab for about a year and a half to actually be able to have any sort of memory, and I had to relearn life all over again. How to walk, talk, well, but it is learnable.
Yes, absolutely. That is a good thing about the brain, is it has plasticity. And so these things can, with correct help, right? It can improve,
learned.
right? It can't just do it by itself. It needs some coaching, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
And help,
I
physical
ask
therapy. And
nature constantly, did I do this?
yep, yep.
She's my memory a lot.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that experience. I appreciate it. I appreciate the hope that comes with hearing that, you know, that we can, our kids, there is healing for them, there's help. But we have to take the time and we have to be patient in that process, right? The next one is remembering that the brain, remembering the situation with the brain, that the amygdala is twice as large. And it is our job, a brain that's dysregulated cannot regulate itself until self-regulation hits women, I think at 28 and men at 30. Before that, we are others regulated or co-regulated. And so a brain that is dysregulated cannot regulate, and our children cannot regulate itself. We are our children's regulator. And so we need to help them in that moment. Okay. And we need to understand that they're going to be flipping their lids over and over and over because of that enlarged amygdala. And we need to be ready for that and be ready to see that behavior as not, this child's a bully, this child's mean. This is my hardest kid. How many of us say that? This is a hard kid. They give me problems all day long, right? So we need to have that mental model shift. They're not giving us problems. They're having a difficult time. Their poor amygdala is just sending them like through the roof all the time. How can we help them calm down? And if you're ever not sure, is this behavior willful disobedience or is this survival behavior? Always err on the side of survival behavior. You can't go wrong with that. Meet them with compassion, meet them with understanding. Biology, we're going to remember that their immune systems are being compromised. So if your child comes to you, I'm sick, I need to miss school. And you're like, buddy, you do not have the same sickness that you had 2 days ago and miss school. Like, no, go to school. The truth is he probably does. His immune system cannot, remember, it cannot keep you alive and keep you healthy. And if he is in trauma, if you're parenting a child who has trauma, they are trying to stay alive. They can't stay healthy too. And then the last one is their beliefs. And we've talked about that extensively, but we want to always be speaking truth over our children. You are a good kid. You are precious in the sunshine and the rain. Doesn't matter. I love you and you're important to me. So that's all that I have. Again, my name is Brecklin Everett and the organization that I work with is My Healing Home. We have our website is myhealinghome.org. We offer classes and resources. We work with like police stations. We work with detention centers. We work with schools. We will do classes for churches. And we also have practitioners like myself who will work with you individually to help you implement TBRI in your family, in your home. So get on there and find out what resources would work for your family. And you are welcome to email me and contact me anytime with questions. My email address is Brecklin. It's spelled Breclyn, and then 3 letters MHH. It stands for My Healing Home @gmail.com. And I am here to help you if you have any questions. So thank you so much for your time today. It was an honor to be here and I appreciate you all. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yes, yes, it's Everett. Got my name twin back there.
I just asked Sarah again. I asked Brecklin to keep her microphone. Did anyone have any questions that popped up that you wanted to kind of ask about, or just say, hey, what does that sound like? Like model that language to me. What that sounds like when I'm, using this approach with my spouse or with my kid or sibling or something like that. Any questions? Hey, Danielle, welcome. You're good. You're good. Okay.
Awesome. Oh, yes.
Hold on.
So you were talking specifically about this method working with children that have experienced trauma.
Mhm.
Is there any other, like what other things does it work with? Like I'm thinking like mental illness or
Yes.
just for my other kids.
You come up with something and TBRI will help it. No,
Okay.
I'm serious. Like this is a model that I have given you like one little portion that kind of applies to this demographic, but really TBRI, like they have used it with children of all abilities, with adults, with, like I said, we brought it into prisons where there are people that have really, really rough life stories. And TBRI is absolutely changing. I wish I had the statistics ready to show you, but it's appalling. And it works. Sorry, I'm skipping around because I'm so passionate about it. There are specific scripts to use for specific situations. So you can apply that to any person in any situation. I'll give you a really quick example. When you do blank, I feel blank, I need you to blank. Okay, let's all use this on our husbands tonight. When you leave your dish on the coffee table, I feel frustrated, or I feel like I'm doing all the work, or I feel whatever. I need you to just carry it to the sink for me. Okay, that's not, I tell you over and over to put your dish in the sink, or I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to just storm around here and let him figure it out. Right? Yes.
Situation, action, and resolution, that example?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So there are scripts, there are models, and no matter, I'm working with a student right now who has very, very severe autism. And this is from behaviors like toileting on the floor and very, very aggressive and just really, really struggling. And because of his autistic diagnosis, he's been to therapists, he's been to counselors, and they cannot quite figure out how to help him. And with TBRI, his whole life has changed and his parents' lives have changed. And I think that's one thing that's really important to point out is that I did not give you any tools in here that were, this is how you change your child. Your child is wrong, send them to their room. If your child does X, you're going to do this punitive punishment. Okay, this is all about changing ourselves and how we're approaching the situation. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have you say that in the microphone so we can all hear.
Tara, how do you help the child with autism?
How do you help the child with autism? That is such a good question. And there are so many wonderful tools that we can offer. There is a parenting class that we're doing right now, and we're going to start another one soon. And it's called the TBRI Caregiver Series. If you go on our website, you can register for that class, and it will give you some very, very useful tools for working with a child who has those types of issues. You can also set up a meeting with myself or another practitioner, and we will do the first one for free so that we can just consult, talk about your child, talk about their behaviors. And the thing with TBRI is that it does take time. This is not, I don't know if any of you guys remember 123 Magic and Nanny 911. If you watch Nanny 911, like shout hallelujah, that was me. Okay. I was the master at Nanny 911. Like I took my child and put them in timeout for 45 minutes, like picking them up, put them there. They walk away. I pick them up. You don't make eye contact. You don't use words. I loved Nanny 911. And this is the reason why. It put me in control. It was correction. It was so great at getting compliance. And what TBRI is connection before correction. What is going on with this child? Why did I have to put my 3-year-old in timeout over and over again for 45 minutes when really probably what they needed was a hug and some help regulating, right? But that's what my history was. Yes, what were you going to say? No, you're good. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
This has been really enlightening. Thank you for everything that you've said.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
so
have a quick question. So in a publication standpoint, what literature or journals or books do you recommend for further education on this topic?
That is such a great question. The very first thing that I say would be to get the book, The Connected Child and The Connected Parent. And my mind is drawing a blank about who wrote that. I am so sorry, but I know you can get the audiobook. I will say it again. The Connected, what's the first one? It's The Connected Child is the first one. And then there's The Connected Parent. And there's a new one that they wrote called The Connected Therapist. It's so awesome. That is the first book I would look at. Definitely. Absolutely. And you can also Google Karen Purvis and TBRI. And there are awesome videos on YouTube that will walk you through some of these steps. Absolutely. Karen, Karyn Purvis, Purvis. TBRI, it stands for Trust-Based Relational Intervention. It's so long.
Here.
Oh,
okay. When I was listening to some of the recorded videos, the therapist that does the Connected Therapist book, she's an occupational therapist and just talks about sensory stuff all day long. And it's a really nice approach. And she uses struggles rather than trauma. And I was like, as a parent, I was like, I don't want to think that I've created trauma for my kid. Yeah. And so I like that you can use whatever word you want in that spot that helps you to feel like, hey, but I feel like probably every kid in our environment right now has some stuff with, it's just a really rough environment socially, period. And it's okay just to say, you know what, our kids are going to have risk factors for struggling, and we can meet their needs using whatever approaches we have and take from this method what might work for our family. So thanks for sharing your questions, your observations, and we'd love to have more of this conversation throughout the year. So
absolutely.
Thanks,
you so
Brecklin.
much. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to pass this microphone off. I hope it doesn't. Oh, sorry. It's Brecklin, Breclyn. Yeah, Brecklin. And the last name is Everett. I know, right?
Okay, so we're going to move on to our holding of our board meeting elections. And this past year, I have not done a great job at making sure that we were holding monthly meetings. That is going to change this year because we have a lot of needs and because there's no reason not to. We've got some people that I think have probably had some I've had some conversations with, or maybe you've had some conversations without me involved. We don't have a nominating committee. You can feel free to nominate yourself for elections if you'd like to be. And I think when we're talking about nominating or being part of the board, I think the focus that has worked well in the past in other boards I've been in is that you're following things that you're passionate about. Either that you're really interested in getting certain activities going, or you're interested in certain advocacy initiatives that you feel are important for the state. We have plenty to work on. And I think a lot of really great expertise and knowledge here within our state that we can move forward on a lot of those items as we work collaboratively with the different organizations that work with our families. If you'd like to, that'd be great. Because you're much better and succinct at doing that than I am. Do you want a mic or do you want a headset? Here's a mic because we're on Zoom.
It is a mic. Okay, cool. If you have to have people in the positions to just keep things moving forward. That doesn't mean, though, that the president, Sarah Erb, has or bears or should bear all the responsibility of moving things forward. It doesn't mean that the vice president or the secretary should bear all of that responsibility. It needs to be a collective group of people doing it together. And sometimes it takes a board member or even just a member to say, hey, Sarah, are we having a meeting? That's usually all the reminder sometimes you need, because Sarah would go, oh yeah, I got to do that, step into place and start acting. But if no one is saying anything, then Sarah's got a busy life, just like all of us have busy lives, and so you don't think about moving things forward. So I think that's what's most important about having a division like this and having people in those places, is that you all should feel comfortable to at any time send a text to the other one and say, we need to have a meeting for this and we need to talk about what's going on and that type of thing. And I think that's how it starts and that's how it grows. And I'm very happy that we decided to change this to a parents division because I think blind parents and sighted parents have so many common things that they can work on, as well as things that might be a little different. But I think there's enough commonality there that both sighted and blind parents can relate to each other and what the needs are of their children that they're raising. So, okay, let's start with some elections. So we need to have the position of president. So are there any nominations from the floor? Sarah, you've been nominated. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? I said it 3 times, so you can do the next thing. It has been moved and seconded that Sarah be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Sarah.
Thank you.
I'm glad Sarah is staying in that position. Do you want to say anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a thought. Maybe we can do that at the end.
Okay.
If we want to just say a couple things. I want to make sure we get through all the positions and.
Now remind me, I think we in this
we don't
division,
have a treasurer.
We don't have we have it's a vice president, the secretary / treasurer is one position. And then we have
board members.
Board member, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we need a vice president. So this vice president obviously needs to be somebody that can help Sarah and the entire division move things forward and especially work on growing membership and recruiting. So do I have any nominations for vice president? Tina, do you accept? Good. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? I said it 3 times. We need someone to. Do I have a second? Good. Move nominations cease and that Tina be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Tina. Awesome to have you in that position. You want to say something? Okay. All right. The next position is a dual position because right now the treasury for the parents division is being managed at the affiliate level. If we get to a point where money is being generated by this division solely on its own, and we can get a bank account in place, then we can probably move to have the positions kind of separate and we have a sole treasurer. But right now, it's being managed at the affiliate level. It's pretty easy for this person to make a request to myself or Mark Turley, our treasurer, and then we can authorize the funds to be divvied out whatever is needed. So the secretary / treasurer is one position. Do I have any nominations? Ashley, do you accept? You do? Good. Okay, there's Ashley. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? All right, do you have a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Ashley be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Awesome. You know, Ashley's might be capable enough to get us a bank account. So do you want to say anything, Ashley? Okay, okay. All right. Thank you for taking on the role though, Ashley. All right, now we have one board position. Again, just because, you know, we only elect one board position, if you're in this room, you're a member of this division, so you have just as much say as anybody else. Do I have any nominations for the board position? And you can nominate yourself. Tara, do you accept? Okay. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? All right, it's been moved. The nomination cease. Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Tara. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? All right, well, this is your board for this division. Congratulations, and it's going to be some great work, and we're going to have a great year, right?
Thank you, Everett. Yeah. Okay, for the rest of our time, I'm just taking notes. If you want to just call out some important initiatives that you would like to have addressed this year, just say, yell it out, and I'm going to write it down. Yep.
and journal background, it also helps, I think, can really help people when they're having a hard time and they, oh, thanks. They know, maybe um, the baby wants the microphone. So they're having a hard time and they know some places, where they can go to get help with advice on how to do something or advocacy or things like that.
Here, sit in the mic, Maeve.
And I was making a heart for Tara
With your hands.
with my hands
Why?
because I love get-togethers.
Good. Everett, what would you like to see?
I agree with Tara that I'd love to see more get-togethers scheduled, and I don't think that should all be your responsibility, Sarah. I think it would be great if maybe you guys had a rotating person that put together a meeting on the calendar, an event that took place at maybe a McDonald's or a park or something like that, and got people together. And again, yeah, I don't want to see it all on Sarah because I know that that's a lot for just one person to have all of that responsibility. So if others can step up, and I don't think you need to be a board member to do it. I think someone very capable like Danielle could easily schedule something and put it on the calendar and organize it, and many others in this room.
Thank you. Tina, I'm coming to you.
I want to echo what Tara and Everett say in their collective opinions. I also think it's important to have technology days or nights or weekends where we get together as parents or students and talk about the technologies that would help us be independent, whether it's in school with our children or in our daily lives in our households. Maybe some, finding presenters, or we can present on something that has been just, paramount for us that we use in our daily lives. So, technology get-togethers, bringing those forward.
Okay, if you have other things, feel free to come to me after the meeting and I'll write them down and we'll put them on our agenda for next month. And then I'll come make sure I've got emails for everybody because we need our contact information. We're not just going to use Facebook in the future. It's a tool, but not the best tool. So thanks everybody for being here. And if we could close the meeting with what is the word? I'm not good at Robert rules. Could we get a motion to adjourn, please? Thanks. The motion has been made and seconded. So our meeting has been adjourned. Thanks so much.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
No one texted me saying, hey,
I needed, why don't you let me talk?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, this is the team. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can wear,
Yeah.
That'll make your life a little bit easier. It's in there now. Oh, well, yeah. I pretend really well.
Right, that's all.
Just wear it down around your neck.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna go neck.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Oh, I love the headset actually. And I can.
You're turned on now.
Okay.
You can stick it on your belt.
Yep.
Pocket, you
I'll put it on my belt. Yeah. Thank you so much. What was your name? Dan. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. Okay. Woo. Hello. Okay. Oh, you're good, brother. Oh, there we go. Hey, guys. Sorry about that. How's everyone doing? Good. It's a great pleasure to be here. Just adjusting the mic here and my long, annoying hair. How does that sound out there? Is that too loud or are you good? It's okay. Cool. So I'm Joe Strecce. I don't know if you guys heard me yesterday, but it's great to be back. I'm going to be talking about a little related to entertainment. I move it too much here. I'm talking about entertainment, but also talking about representation in media and the people who are blind or low vision that are also working in front of the camera, but also behind the camera. Because I don't know if you realize, there are even less people who are blind or low vision working behind the camera than in front of the camera. And how many of people are there? And if you agree with something or you want to raise your hand or anything, let me know because I can't see your hands. That might be obvious. If you agree with something, you can clap. So let's just clap for a second. Man, I already started out with applause. Guys, you guys are too much. Man, I don't know if I can handle this. Not used to it. Oh, I'm blushing. Whew. So again, I'm Joe Strecce. I'm a producer in film and entertainment, working in a lot of streaming television, but also, as I mentioned yesterday, there's a film coming out in June for a company that rhymes with Mixar. that you can check out. One of the things I'm always asked about, and prior to my work in film, and even during some of my work in film, I worked on employment and how people navigate the employment process. And I remember I was doing a workshop in Massachusetts, and this young woman who was blind or low vision was there, and we were talking about exclusivity. Do you guys know the word exclusive? Like, you know. So entertainment and television are exclusive professions, I would say. Lots of people want to do them, right? When I was coming out of my undergraduate in sports marketing and PR, or public relations and media and broadcasting, when I was going in to work for these organizations like the New York Rangers, New Jersey Devils, New Jersey Nets, who are now the Brooklyn Nets, and working with the NFL and pro sports, you would think these people make a lot of money going out there, but you often in these exclusive careers, you start out not making much money. And like when I was offered a job from the New York Rangers, and again, this is a long time ago, 2001, I was offered $28,000 in New York City, working very long hours, and having to wear a suit every day and all that. Less than that, New Jersey Devils, $23,000 a year. So like often people want these jobs and they know that, and people are willing to take less money. My good buddy, good friend, he's the head of public relations for the Tampa Bay Lightning and the arena in Tampa. Went to college with him. We were both coming out at the same time and looking at opportunities. He got an unpaid internship with the Lightning 24 years ago. And that's how he started. First 6 months, he wasn't paid. And then after 6 months, he got a job starting off in like a ticket office or something like that. And then slowly moved up. And now he's the head of PR for them. But it's typically the people up top that are making really good money in these exclusive professions. And this young woman in Massachusetts was telling me, we were talking about television and film a little bit and about acting, and acting is tough business. SAG, the Screen Actors Guild, did a kind of like a survey of their members in around 2014 or something like that. And I'm sure they've done it since. They asked their members who define themselves as professional actors, how many of them were making their living as an actor, like paying their bills, all their other things through acting. What do you think that percentage of people who were making their living as actors were out of all these people? And to be part of the Screen Actors Guild of America, or SAG-ACTRA, you have to have a certain number of credits. You have to work a certain amount. It's like, and you join a union and you can earn, depending on how many hours you work or how many days you work, it depends. You can get health benefits like medical care, insurance. You can earn retirement down the line. Not a ton of retirement, but you can earn it. What do you think the percentage of people in 2014 who defined themselves as professional actors were making their living as actors? What was it? 4%. You're pretty close. Pretty close. You're close too. Lower than 10, more than 4. Okay, so 8% is right. Off to the right here. My right, your left. 8%. So 92% of people who defined themselves as professional actors were not making their living as professional actors. So it's not an easy business. And my friends, like one of my good friends, she's a famous actor, Alfre Woodard. And I was with her, we were in LA and she was doing a screening, and she says she's often asked by these young actors if she'll mentor them, but she gets asked by thousands of people
probably a year to ask if she would mentor him. And she's like, you know, best advice. And I believe in this because I had a roommate we lived in Jersey City coming out after my grad school. She was trying to be an actress, and she still would love to be an actress now, but she never really, she booked like one like a couple independent films to be in, very small independent films. But otherwise, for years and years, she was just doing training, but never booking anything. And what Alfre would say is, if you want to act, act. Like, be part of a community theater, be part of, do commercials, create projects with your friends. And that stuck out in my mind because my advice to filmmakers or people who want to be filmmakers who are blind or low vision is create your own projects. Find and build a community of friends who want to work together to create projects. You don't have to be the writer. You don't have to know every skill, but you learn so much from practicing, right? Like taking the opportunity to practice your craft and learning it, because there's so many different aspects to learn. When I was in college, and I didn't mention this yesterday, my undergraduate, my roommate was also focused on the broadcasting side of communications, and I was in that too, but I wasn't as focused on the broadcast side. And we would create films on weekends at different times. We would create projects and film them like short films. And maybe they were only used and shown to friends. He submitted some to film festivals, but otherwise it was just for fun for us because we got to practice the craft. He owns a studio now in Atlanta. He does mostly corporate television, like little pieces, video pieces and stuff. Like when you go on Delta airplanes and you see that there's a video playing that says, you know, buckle your seatbelt, you know, all that stuff. He created a lot of those videos for like Delta and for other companies. But he worked his way up there. We practiced and we tried to do things. And so if you want to be an actor, you should put yourself out there. You should find people that are doing it, do community theater, school theater, whatever. You don't have to be majoring in acting. Similar to chefs, about 50% of chefs have not gone to culinary school. And similarly, actors and filmmakers also, not all of them have gone to film school or to school for performance. Some of the best actors I know didn't go to film school, but they practiced their craft and learned. You know, Britt Marling, who I worked with on the OA, who created that show with her friend, was the lead actor. She did not go to film school, but during her time, and she's brilliant. She was valedictorian of Georgetown University. I don't know, in economics. But when I worked with her, she asked me, Brexit was just happening, and she was really excited to ask me about Brexit. And I'm like, well, I know what Brexit is, but I do not know what the impact is going to be. So I was like, can we talk about some other topic? But, you know, so I'm not saying there are opportunities for people who are blind or low vision. There's a project from a person, Marilee Talkington, who's an actress who's low vision, legally blind. She created a program called Access Acting Academy. So Access Acting Academy helps train performers who are blind or low vision for theater, for TV, film, whatever. They bring in different experts to do training specific to blindness in an accessible manner, because most acting programs are not truly accessible. Though I know some actors, Robert Morgan, he was on a show called Wire. He's a person who's legally blind, very, very low vision. He might, I don't know if he's totally blind now, but he runs a theater in DC. He went to Florida State, go Noles, back in the 80s. But he has done well for himself. And he went through a program where pretty much people who weren't legally blind or blind going through back in the 80s, like early on. And so it's not impossible at all. Mary Lee has a Master of Fine Arts. I know a number of people who are blind or low vision who have masters around performing arts and such. And one of the things, and I'll tell you that what I notice is most of the actors who do make it, who are blind or low vision, happen to be low vision. And I don't think that's exactly right. And on C, we were able to bring on folks who were totally blind as well. I would say maybe it was like 25% of the folks, the 35 or 36 folks were totally blind. Because I think, this performer who's booked stuff and she's prominent, she's a musical, does like sings in studios for pop music and stuff, backup, and she also acts. And she made the point to me, and I agree with her, that often we do a disservice to people who are totally blind when folks who are low vision go in and say, oh, we don't want the parts that are, and often most people in an exclusive profession want any part they can get. And there was a study done back in 1969, but it's been replicated many times. It was by Clark. And I can give if you ever want the citation, I can give it to you, but there was a textbook that we used in a class on media effects, and we were looking at LGBTQI+ population, but you can easily take it and utilize it around disability, where they looked at how minority populations migrate into mainstream media, whether it's in television or film. And because we all want to see ourselves in TV and film. We all want to be represented in TV and film, whether it's around disability or culture, things about it. And I would say a lot of us don't feel like we see ourselves. So so the study said there was the first level, non-representation. So we don't see characters who are blind or low vision. The second level would be comical or ridicule. So we're the butt of the joke. I'm sure we've seen a lot of that over the years, where we're just kind of the joke. We're stumbling over something. Just there's no depth to the character either. The third level is regulatory or authority. So the character is provided some kind of profession, like lawyer, judge, police officer. And if you watch a lot of TV shows, you still see some of it around minority populations, that they're given these roles that are given authority, like in this world. And I don't think we're there even like totally in that realm yet. And it's a process, and we move back and forth in this process. There are going to be things that push us forward and things that push us back. And then the fourth level is full representation. I really think there's more. When you talk about disability, there are more levels, and there are obviously stereotypes. And I've worked on some of those shows, like superheroes, right? They call it the super crip. And, I think it's important to realize, I want us to be seen in the world, but it's also important to see ourselves as typical people. I think that was something fun about working on the project, All the Light We Cannot See for Netflix, was that it was about a young woman and her father kind of navigating the world and World War II and about connection of the family, but also how people are connected through visual things like radio waves. And that radio waves is just a connection of people and how we're not so different. If you read the book is unreal. Anthony Doerr, right? Like we would have loved to have done justice to the book because the book is, as Stephen Knight, who wrote the episodes for us, he said it best when he said the book is this beautiful mountain. And because if you haven't read the book, it really is how, and I would say it's quite valid right now with like war impacts everyone. Like no one leaves war in a positive situation, really. Like the trauma, everything about it. But Stephen Knight said, it's this beautiful mountain, and our episodes, our show, limited series, is a painting of that mountain. It's not the mountain, it's an interpretation of that mountain. We only had 4 episodes. We wanted more than that to try to address more of the book, but we went in our direction with what we had, and it was a lot of fun. It was beautiful to get to create and work on it. And our actor who was low vision and our child version, and kind of negotiating what this character is going to do. And there are parts that around the blindness that are not totally historically accurate. The cane is pretty close, but I made it a little longer because these people are actually using a cane. So the canes at that time were shorter, and it's still a very short cane. And the white cane, 1931, Lions International was distributing it. So not wrong to have white canes, but also there's pictures of people who had painted their canes black or had canes that were black to maneuver at night so that they wouldn't stand out or reflect light because people were bombing places. So in my work, I have to make decisions that I feel impact our community. Not everyone feels that way. I know other people who are blind or low vision that work in in the entertainment industry that really don't care. Like they want to tell a story, and it doesn't have to put us in a better light or show us in a way. And I'm not saying that we're not, there aren't bad parts of us and good parts. And that was one of the beautiful things to work on Apple TV Plus's C. And if you haven't watched it, it's not appropriate for children. Jason Momoa likes cutting off people's heads, and there's lots of heads getting cut off and stuff like that. There's also some intimate things right off the start. But what I loved for that when I got asked to work on it was that we got to show people, and I geeked out on the background parts. And we had hundreds of people who were blind or low vision in the background over the 3 seasons. Often they were blind hockey players because not everyone wants to film outside all day in the cold in Canada. So hockey players tend to be more willing to stand out in the cold and bad weather. But one of my favorite parts was showing people who are blind or low vision, like doing craftsman stuff like building houses or daily living skills or employment, like bed, getting, or in some hospital show, or in a crime show where we're some kind of victim or something, or we're just in the background walking by and we're the sister or brother of someone else. We deserve to be the main characters as well. We deserve to be and I'm not saying it was perfect. It definitely is not. But I didn't create the show, but I got to work to help to make that show work. And it was a great pleasure, and it was a challenge, and it wasn't easy. There were people who felt I would, I'll never say who said this, but there were people that said I was the devil because I was working on the show. I was like, they called me the devil, and I was like, wow, I'm just trying to get people jobs and opportunities and making sure that what they do is respectful and shows us in a light. And again, it's science fiction, it's a TV show, but I got to bring on all these persons, and not just persons who are blind or low vision. On the show, we brought on lots of people with other disabilities, and it didn't define them by their disability, whether they had a prosthetic leg or couldn't move their left side, like their arm, or they had they were born without a hand, or had cerebral palsy, or ALS, or all kinds of other disabilities. People who are deaf or hard of hearing. What was that? Autism, yeah. Definitely we had people with autism. But we did not, well, actually, we did have one of our well, a couple of them are totally blind and had hearing impairments, and would define themselves as deafblind. But they actually, one of them was a stunt performer in season 1. And yeah, they were fighting, they were wrestling in the scene, festival scene. It's a quick glimpse, you know, it didn't make, like the whole thing didn't make the edit, but I was so pumped about it. They got paid as stunt performers, and stunt performers make a lot of money, guys. So, and all the projects I work on, I try to bring other, whether blind or low vision or persons with disabilities, into the show in other ways. You know, on C, I had the opportunity to make change, and I didn't get to go into the audio description, but after season 1, I spoke to folks at NFB, ACB, all these different events, and consumers, people that are blind or low vision and watching streaming television and watch the show, and they told me what they missed out on, and they wanted to know more about. One person, actually a number of people, I won't say any names, but they said, you know, there are intimate parts in the show, but I don't know what, like, are they not wearing clothing? Are they like maybe they did know they weren't wearing clothing, but like, I want to know a little more. And we want to know that stuff too. And I was like, that's a brilliant point. So I made sure in season 2 and 3, that was described more when it could be. And they told me that they wanted to know more about the sets and backgrounds. And so we tried to add a little more detail when we could about costumes. But when I got to work on All the Light We Cannot See, the marketing team for Netflix, like the head people, asked me what my dream would be to do something. And I told them on C, I had, during COVID, which added 20% of our budget went to COVID precautions and stuff. So lots of cuts. We were cutting scenes left and right, less performers, less background. And one of my proposals was that I would love to have a little video or vignette or even an audio piece before every episode that would describe some of the costumes and sets and stuff. And I told them that's my dream, like to give more detail, because we miss out on some of that stuff. So on All the Light We Cannot See, they listened to me and they're like, that's a great idea. And then months go by and I don't hear anything. And all of a sudden they're creating an audio, a video where they had Aria narrate it about the costumes and the characters and stuff like that and the sets. And so there's an 11-minute video. I wish it was right on Netflix with the show, but it's online. You can find it online. But it gives more detail about the world. So I don't think audio description and in the theater world, you go there and you can experience often, and if you schedule time, and then not every production will do it, but to experience the costumes and possibly the sets and stuff. And I wanted to bring something like that to TV and film. And I still want to continue that and push forward. because I don't think one set of rules makes sense. I think you can surpass and beat what they see as the standard. I think more information can be good, but I also, as I mentioned, I think yesterday, I see a world where we can pick the level of audio description we want. And I also like the idea of audio description being in the tone of the story you're watching. So it's not taking you out of the story. Because sometimes you're watching a program and the audio description kind of doesn't like match the tone of what you're watching. And you're like, huh, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right to me, at least. I don't know if anyone agree with that? Yeah, okay. So we're talking about representation and people who work in TV and film as well. So behind the camera, there are people pushing the envelope. And there's a gentleman, Ryan Knighting. I don't agree with all of his stuff. He's out of British Columbia. He's a writer who's blind, but also he does not feel the responsibility, but he is a brilliant writer, I'm telling you. Smart guy, he's blind. He's helped on, like, I think it was what is that show? Oh, the young female detective that's messy. In the Dark, right? I was not a huge fan of In the Dark. I do believe it is okay to show us as messy, but there were just some things early on they did not take input. And you see it change over time, but I also know there were some stories, and including from people I know that were on set at different points that told me some not so good things too, where people who are sighted are deciding what a person who's blind is going to do. Like saying, oh no, they would do it this way. But do they know what we would do? No, right? I think that input is so important. Do I think people who are blind should play people who are blind? Yeah, I do. I believe that, but not every actor is going to be right for every part. And when you get into small little niche areas, whether they're a martial artist who's Asian, and it's going to be harder to find, like a person who's blind that does martial arts, who also acts at a high level, because I watched thousands of auditions on during season 2 and 3. I got to help pick every role on the show. It didn't start that way in season 2, but by like the second or third month, the showrunner and I were deciding every role, whether they were a stunt performer or and in every part that was up, there were people who were blind or low vision in those final rounds. At least one person, if not more. And sometimes I tried to push some, actors that maybe weren't as good, tried to push the envelope a little bit. I was like, and even the showrunner agreed with me. It was like, oh, okay, Joe, I'll give you this one. But then maybe the studio said no. They're like, there were some better candidates than this one. But so I got overruled a couple times. But most of the time, my picks went through, our picks together. Jonathan is a talented writer. He created he wrote Adam Project, which Sean Levy directed as well and executive produced. He created a show called Warrior. He also created a show called Banshee. He has an Apple show right now called, Friends and Neighbors. But it was a learning experience. So knowing and I got to see what also Jonathan was looking at regarding acting, even for these little parts. But we did give people opportunities and chances. Because that's how, if you give people opportunity, how do you get the experience if you never get the opportunity, right? And I think it's a privilege to tell a story that involves us. And there's something that you have to give back no matter what. I believe that. We're a minority population. We make up less than 2% of the world. You know, not everyone has the right to tell our stories. And I think the future is us telling our own stories. You know, right now behind the camera, so Sheridan O'Donnell, he's a guy with low vision, legally blind. He's new to our community. He found out like 7 years ago, he was losing his sight to RP, retinitis pigmentosa. He lost a lot of vision pretty quickly. He had gone to film school. He also, while he's legally blind, he wrote and directed a film called Little Brother. It's a feature film. I think you'll see it on a streaming network in the near future, but it won the Atlanta Film Festival 2 years ago. It's a really good film, does not involve blindness whatsoever. It's about brothers and struggling with addiction and mental health. And it's a really touching story. And the audio description is good too. I got to preview it back in the day. There's another guy, James Rath. He works for the Maryland School for the Blind. He's low vision, legally blind. He's done work with Apple and stuff, but he had a travel series on either Neptune or Curiosity that involved blindness and disability and exploring it internationally and telling stories about that while he was traveling and experiencing kind of the world. So he's another person making things happen. He also is, I would say, an influencer in himself, but he's teaching social media and video stuff at the Maryland School for the Blind now. He's pretty excited to have a steady income because what I'll tell you, and Everett asked me about this, television and film, it's a hustle, guys. You know, I like the strike was really tough. 6 months without steady income. Luckily, I keep myself immersed in our blindness community. So I had some little contract pieces here and there. And I did a lot of public speaking in schools around the US. South Carolina brought me in for a week and traveled me around to high schools and middle schools. Oklahoma did that a couple times for a couple weeks. Because one of my things on my side things is I want to make sure, and I don't charge what public speakers typically charge. I want to make myself attainable, and I want to normalize blindness and disability. So when I go to these schools, I talk about my life, but how I navigated, but all I try to address employment lessons I learned along the way and misconceptions. Media is powerful. It's a tool for me. It's allowing me to reach people in a different way. My wife and I talk about it. We're like, maybe it's time to go back. Maybe I'm not making the impact I should be, but then it's reinforced that I am making impact in the television and film world because all these filmmakers I get to work with, as I mentioned yesterday, they come back to me and they're asking for advice and they're like, keep fighting the fight. And the other persons with disabilities in these corporations come up to me and say, I know you probably get heat at times, but what you do is important because we want to see ourselves. I know I wanted to see myself. I also want to make sure that you guys get what you want out of this session. So I want to take questions as well. And there are no questions that are off. You can ask me anything. Yeah.
I believe that, when it comes to finding actors or
Mm-hmm. I will. I'll definitely repeat the question.
I was going to say, I believe that it's important that when these different film studios or movie writers and that, when they go to look for people, they should at least, when they put out those calls, they should be saying, we are looking for a blind actor, or we're looking for an actor in a wheelchair, or, looking for that disability to be part of it. And that should be what should be the first thing they should be actually looking for. And then depending on who comes to play the part when they audition, they should look to see which one of those people can do it the best. And if they can't find
So
that,
that's a good
then-
point.
then they should then, I have no problem seeing, I would rather see someone who is actually disabled playing that part.
Yep.
But I would prefer them to actually do that first. Now, if they can't do that, then it's important to make sure that
Yep.
they ask people who are disabled, hey, how should I be acting to play this part?
Yeah, can I address that? So they are, and there are also rules about casting. So under SAG-AFTRA, they can say preferred. So you'll see preferred. Now, I may have broken some rules working on All the Light and these other shows. There are also things we can ask people. Sometimes they don't disclose they have a disability, right? For All the Light We Cannot See, we did preferred, and we did a separate casting of people who are blind or low vision, open casting internationally. So we had, I would say like, I don't know, a couple thousand people who are blind or low vision audition and send in their image and a background and a video. And then we did more auditions. But also part of it is you have to say preferred. And so you get other people mixed in there. And as you know, can we ask persons if they have a disability in employment? No, right? Like it gets messier with Section 503, but those are federal contractors and subcontractors. And that's different. It's self-identification versus, I'll get into real technical terms, but versus self-disclosure. And so there are questions I can ask that will give me a clue, and I can do research on whether people who are auditioning are blind or low vision. Because on season 2, I launched the opportunity to bring on people in the soundtrack who were blind or low vision, instrumentalists and such. And we auditioned people, and we went down our composer, this famous composer, went down a rabbit hole with this female vocalist who applied through the same looking for people who are blind or low vision. And they assumed she was blind or low vision. And they're like, we kind of get the feeling she's might not be, we're not sure. So they asked me, and I researched, and then I had a conversation with her, and I asked her just some basic questions about like what her needs would be or accommodations, if she had any. And she said things, and she's like, yeah, I'm not blind or low vision. And they had spent all this time working with her, trying to think, but we didn't end up using her. And we nixed her. So we probably broke a law there. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Don't tell anyone, guys, it's a secret. But actors, I do research them and I try to figure out, because I do want those people who are blind or low vision. And I've been brought in late in process when they're down to 4 people, and 2 out of the 4 are people who are blind or low vision. And I get to see the auditions, and I'm like, and it might be a principal role, a big role, and I listen to the auditions, and I have someone describe them as well. And I'm like, oh, this time our candidates are not comparable to the other candidates. And I'm going to say, when I have my own show, that's my own show, it's going to be different. It's going to be packed with persons with disabilities, but it's not going to be around their disability. But on the projects I do work on, we're able to bring them in, but I'm going to say this, and people might not like it. Every person who's blind or low vision that applies for a part is not always the right person for that part. And when it comes down to it, it is a business, and you have to put the best product forward. Now, if it's close, you better know that I'm pushing for that actor who's blind or low vision. Ask. Oh.
Wait for the mic.
Okay, so I am an actress and I have been on casting networks and Actors Access, and I feel like I'm having
Yep.
a hard time putting things up online to do all that stuff to be able to, you know, I got my scripts one time like maybe 48 hours, but it took me a long time to braille it out. So then I didn't have very much time to record, and I just felt like there has to be a better way to do that, or at least to even be able to, because my person who is my agent, she doesn't know much about blindness. So, you know, when I'm telling her it's, you know, inaccessible on the website, she doesn't know what to do.
Oh, it's like a HTML on a website, right?
Yeah, I mean, I try to
that's-
use it on my phone. I try to use it on the computer.
No, it doesn't
And
work.
it just, I'm having such a hard time.
So that's when you need an accommodation, and you have to say it that you need an accommodation. I don't know if do they know you're blind or low vision already? Oh, no, the casting director or whoever. So you can't get accommodations for something you don't disclose. Oh, I don't mean this in I'm going to tell you, Screen Actors Guild changed the rules too around self-tape just recently. So you get a little more time. And I don't know if you know the rules that maybe they told you already. Some of the rules have changed, but it's still not a ton of time for the self-tapes. The turnaround, I think it was 48 hours. It might be 72 now. Wow, that's 24 hours more, right? That's crazy. But, you know, I think you have to ask for what you need and be very specific. And you have to train your agent on what you need as well. And if something's not accessible, you have to tell them, you know, like we have to tell them. And I'm going to say this industry is not like, and I guess they all should know, but do all companies know what's accessible and not? Nope. Right? We face that every day. NFB fights the fight to help create regulations and work with the government to help make those regulations, but are all companies following it? No. And what I tell companies that I'm working with in productions, what is accessible to one person might not be accessible to another, depending on the software they're using or the version of the software they're using, or if they're using like Zoom text with the reader versus JAWS or Fusion or NVDA. Accessibility is not a one-off thing. And I push that. So all the productions that I work on, we customize it to the needs of the person auditioning. So ask for it, voice it, and train your agent on it as well. And I'm really psyched what you're doing, because it sounds like you're making things happen. You're putting yourself out there. It is, as I said, how many actors are actually getting paid and making their living as a professional actor? 8%, guys, 8%. But if you want to act. Do as much as you can. Put yourself out there. Practice the craft. If you want to be a filmmaker, practice the craft. If you want to be a writer, practice the craft.
Question.
Go for it.
You talked a little yesterday about your education, and I'm just wondering how much of your education, your formal training has impacted your job, and how much have you kind of created your own position or job title?
Great question. I would say both my degrees really impact my work every day. My master's around blindness, all the blindness aspects, and the research and the work I did out in the community with people who are blind or low vision as well, teaching people orientation mobility in New Jersey, or daily living skills for older folks, people aging in their homes in Northern Florida. All those things I take into my work, as what the research, the journal articles, all those things, as well as, you know, my undergraduate around communications and media, because I also, and I would say, I guess it gives me a unique lens look at my work. And I would say that I don't think there is a person doing all the different aspects I'm doing. I'm kind of like a Swiss Army knife, and I've had a lot of experience. I'm making some like when we film in places, I'm making their studios accessible, because not internationally, I'm going to tell you, every country is a little different about accessibility. So like I create my own signage. I create Braille. I create large print, tactile, all high contrast signage on my productions. I create all kinds of different things. And I've learned a lot from working on sets and working with different people who are blind or low vision or with other disabilities. You know, during COVID, I introduced, because we had folks in our background who are deaf or hard of hearing, having like clear masks that so if they were lip readers, that they could read people's lips. Also having people relay, having whether an interpreter next to them. If we have a crowd of, before COVID, we had like backgrounds of 500 and 600 people. Backgrounds of 500 or 600 people. And you have people who are deaf or hard of hearing, people with cerebral palsy, people who are blind or low vision in those backgrounds. And the people who are deaf or hard of hearing, we would have someone, if they don't use ASL, we had someone near them, because we're using like, we call it the voice of God. Maybe that's inappropriate now that I was saying. It's a microphone giving the voice over the whole area. Then this could be a huge like town, so everyone can hear it. And we'll have someone there that will relay the information to the person there. We might pair them up with someone else by their choice. And they got to, you know, the choice goes to the individual. I always say the individual is the expert on their own needs. Other questions?
Question?
Oh. What up, Ray, right?
Oh, yeah. Hi, question on that Mixer movie that's coming out on the 13th of June. Well, I'm going to make a lot of assumptions. Since it's Mixar, I'm assuming it's not live action.
Oh, it's not. It's an animation, and it's not a character. It's not the lead character in the show, in the movie. And they're not human beings.
Right. Well, I didn't know how much you could give away, but so since they're not from this world, when the animators and with your input, were they filming you so they could animate
No.
the way you use a cane? Or? No,
they had these creatures created, these aliens. Oh man, I'm probably gonna. Don't tell Mixar, guys. I made proposals. They showed me the character. They showed me a mock-up. So, and I had been working on another animation film at the same time. So I had an idea, and that one was more like animal characters who have human movements. And so I did film stuff to propose how this creature would move. But in the aliens, I mean, these people not from the Earth.
Not from this
World, yeah, in a different world of sorts. I had to figure out how they might move in the form that they are in and propose it. And then they built it in. And then I would have watch with my person who's audio description, and we would talk about it or whatever, and then bring notes back about that and figure out what might work. And I had things that made it, things that didn't, but yeah, they were extremely receptive to it. And I helped with a book as well, a children's book. There was a series called Dragon Masters. Oh, wow, okay. And when the author was creating it, she was 100% open, and she had a friend, she knew someone from our community in California as well, but she wanted my input on how the character would move, but also on like the story and stuff. So I got to decide how the person would move, and the dragon is like their guide dog basically in it. And it was a lot of fun. I didn't get paid much for it, but it was fun, and it can impact how people see blindness. So Yeah, I hope, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to say, someone called you, you said on the set or whatever, said you were a devil.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're a daredevil and a
Uh,
superhero. So thank
that
you.
means a lot. That means a lot. I got an apology from that person just last year, and after years, and it, like, you know, you want to try your best at work. So I lead with my heart, and I always want to try my best to make sure things are done right. Yeah, I can also tell you, like, there are bad stories. I was co-executive producer in season 3 of C, and we have this thing called, I create every program show I work on, I create an orientation about blindness and disability. If there's a written one, there's videos, there's sometimes in-person training, there's all kinds of stuff I create. And I also bring in videos from a range of people who are blind or low vision from all over the world. They make like a few minute videos telling them about themselves and what they do in the world, because blindness is not all one size, right? And I want to make sure that people know it's like a spectrum, and they understand it. And we try our best. And we're, you know, when you talk to, like Eric Weinmayer would tell you, he's not the best technology user. And him and I will chat, and he'll call me like for tips on when he was trying to get audio description working on Apple TV Plus. And he was trying to watch something that was not one of their shows. And I'm like, that's not on Apple TV Plus. But, you know.
We've got a couple questions.
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so my name is Lucas. Is this working? Yeah. All right. So say a main character of a show is blind as a character, but the actual person isn't blind. Is there like a market for like coaches to teach that person actually how to navigate that world?
I've done that. So like, that's what I've done a lot on Marvel's Daredevil and the OA and other stuff. But it started off as that. And as I said yesterday, the people who were doing it prior were sighted folks with professional training. But as I said, they didn't live it every day. They don't know the practical stuff about it. They know the very technical part of it. I know the technical part, but I also know the practical part. And so I do work with people with sight. I work with people who are blind or low vision. And there's a difference between low vision and totally blind, or born totally blind, in how you move, but also your skills often. You know, I had those arguments a bit with Aria working on All the Light We Cannot See. She grew up with low vision, and the character was born totally blind in our limited series version. And I'm like, so, and the time period as well. And Sean Levy and I would have to, and mostly me, because you don't want to be a sighted person telling someone, you know, you're not the character, you're playing the character. And the character didn't have the same life you did. Does that answer? I don't know if that answered. There are people out there. Yes. Yeah.
My name is Sarah. I had a question about, say we have someone locally that wants to look into doing, say, a documentary from the lens of, say, education, students in the education. Have you worked with on more of the documentary side of things?
I have, but mostly like giving input, and it was earlier in my career. Yeah, I have, like, connecting with people and giving input, giving comments on documentaries, viewing them as well, and saying like what I might cut out, or I might add some kind of explanation. I've done that recently on a short one for Johnson & Johnson. I didn't create the documentary, but I helped them with the narrative and making sure that it tells the story in a way that I think is respectful to the person it's about, their personal journey, but also to our community. Yep. Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay. One more question.
So I'm kind of wondering, like, as a blind person in charge of making a film, how are you supposed to describe how you want the shots lined up and stuff. Like, I don't see that as
Yeah.
something that a blind person can do.
Oh, well, you're wrong. Because I work with the directors. Like, I'm there when we're blocking every scene. I work with the directors of photography, the DOP, who does the lighting and the actual works in charge of the cameras. And I do. So I can tell you that we'll often start with a wide shot or a super wide, which is like the whole world. And then we'll go move into a full shot. And that full shot is full body. That's what that means. And then we might move into a medium shot, which is half the body. And then we might move into a close-up, which could be shoulders and up. We might move into a super close-up, which is face. Now, often you see close-ups when someone is speaking. You'll see it jump into a close-up. It might establish, and you see it move back and forth through these things. I can't see them, but I know how it works and on set and everything. And we also might film from behind someone, showing their connection. We'll film their shoulder in the shot as we shoot the close-up, or we shoot probably a close-up, not a super close-up. So it connects the people having that conversation. There's a two-shot where there's two people in the shot, maybe a dialogue or something. There's walk and talks. There's steady cam. We can get really technical. I love film, guys. But yes, we can do that. Yep. Other questions? Not everyone can do it, but certain people can. Well, I'm working with these directors and folks, and it's their vision, but I also get to input it. Like, so when on C, I had a lot of say. I don't know if I'll ever have as much say as I did, because Apple TV was, Apple Entertainment was being built out while we created that show. And the heads of the studios love me and appreciate me, for the better or worse at times. But I would suggest shots. Like, in season 3, there's this exit of the village, and I'm like, it'd be really cool to have a crane shot pull up, and because we wanted to show more scale of the world. And then we shot it with a drone above that to get the full picture of the world. So there are times I'm able to suggest shots, but I'll suggest like shots on the hands doing something. I geek out on the props and the set decoration. So I'll be like, there's this really cool thing. Can we show them using this? And sometimes it's a yes, sometimes it's a no. I think that's all the time we have. Am I wrong?
We're about up. We won't kick anybody.
Oh,
out.
we're overtime. Sorry, guys. Thank you all. Who did? Oh. Oh. Here we go.
Thank you. Sherilyn, do you want to make your way up front?
They just want to use the system. Like two scenes and it was so how much you can. They were saying I didn't have to memorize it. Yeah. Nobody's gonna want me here. You don't feel bad for yourself because you still got more than I can. Thank you so much. So, you know,
Just to let everybody know they're getting set up for lunch in the next room if you're ready.
Focusing on the picture. Top basketballers.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's kind of overwhelming. Okay, awesome. All right. Thank you.
Chicken nugget apple pie. Nugget apple pie.
And that was always the best part. I thought I was the only one who did that. Didn't you know there's others out there? I haven't heard the echo the entire convention, so I wasn't sure if there was one. And that's what I'll do if I have to, is I'll wrap. But yeah, no gavel. That's probably what I'm gonna have to do.
And our podium mic will pick that up.
Yeah. Okay. Nah, I use it at the table. You just come in with one. So let's see. And you live the rest of your day, okay? All right, what was that? All right, well, I hope it all works out for you. How you feel the phone, I'll let it know. I'll let it know. When you first report to July, I can see nothing yet. Hey, young girl. You too. $85 is about right.
I'll just email you. I don't think it's really good right now. Oh, right.
a friend of mine back in California, which is, by the way, where I'm from, go California. It's not too far away, right? Told me about the local student division there and in California for the students. And I got involved in it there. I started attending these calls that every couple weeks or so about fundraising and outreach and how to increase their network. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, has such great potential, especially with students and all the needs that they have and the need for them to connect with one another, and also have fundraising events to raise money for auctions, to send them to in-person events down the line, and so many other great things as well. So I joined that student division back in 2020. In end of 2020 towards 2021, I started taking on some more leadership roles in that. And I really started to understand what it meant to be a leader in the NFB and in student division work as a whole. And what it meant is to be collaborative, to learn from one's mistakes, not just the great things as well, and to always be open to trying new ideas and to always increasing your reach to all students and to all people as well. That takes me to a couple of years down the road. I had continued to work in the student division, and things had changed quite a bit actually by the time I went back to school in person, and things have been opening up more. In early 2023, a good friend of mine from that same division really pushed me hard to go to that Washington seminar that Everett was just talking about. Anybody go there this year? Yeah, excellent, right? Great opportunities. And when I went there, I was very empowered, let's just say, and very excited and hyped up, as this generation says, about all the advocacy work that folks do. And one of the great meetings I went to during that first Washington seminar that I attended was the National Association of Blind Students, or NABS. Go NABS. And by the way, shout out to Zachary Ledford and Casey Reyes, who are also very much involved in that. And just as an aside, please reach out to me or to other folks as well. We'd love to get you involved as well. And I spoke about that a bit earlier. Anyway, that empowerment led to me making some connections during that meeting and hearing more about all the things that NABS does, kind of like what I talked about this morning. I thought to myself, oh my goodness, this is a time to spread the wings a little bit, to try something new, and to learn from it all. And from there, I started really getting more involved with some of the committees that NABS has to offer. For example, I got some work in with the advocacy committee. Also, they called it the legislative self-advocacy committee back in the day. Go for that. And then continue to spread the wings a little bit more. I attended the first national convention. Go for that in Houston. Anyone was there for that too? Okay, perfect. And from there, I really just started to realize how important all the pieces are coming together to have great leadership, to give students opportunities, and to provide students with that space and that network to be themselves and to try something new and to ask questions. And now, as of today, I'm currently serving as chair of the membership committee, where we're taking on many great initiatives, such as our facilitating our communication channels, such as in our WhatsApp community. I know a lot of you are in there as well. Shout out to the people who are. And if you're not, please join it. As well as we last semester started a mentorship program, understanding that that mentorship for students and for anyone else really too is so critical in a student's journey to success. But now, this is not just about me. This is also about you as students and as people who are growing in their journey. Can someone tell me actually what is written on that beautiful keychain you got in your packet yesterday, besides the words NFB of Utah? That's right. Create your own path. Let's talk about what that means a little bit. Creating your own path means to try, as I said earlier, try something new. That despite the fact that life can be difficult as a student or even as a professional, that you continue to have faith in yourself and in those who are around you to guide you in the best way so that you can not just have successes in life, but also learn from the mistakes and those less fortunate events. Creating your own path too means saying no to those who seek to discourage you or those who don't really understand your accomplishments and what great potential you have. And let me just say this too, in this room, every single person, whether that be in this leadership or in the student division or any other local chapter you're in or affiliate, which by the way, you should always get involved in not just the divisions, but also your local affiliates, because it ties back into your community and building those networks in your local area. Every single person believes in you and who you are. So keep close contact with them and make sure that you talk to them whenever you'd like about the good, the bad, and everything in between. But also, creating your own path means saying yes rather than saying no. It means to dip your toes into something unfamiliar. It means truly expanding your wings. It means taking on something that you thought yourself that you might not have been able to. In my time in NABS, that certainly has happened more than a few times. It means taking feedback constructively and growing from it and learning from it. And it also means seeking those in your community, like I just talked about, who will always be there for you, no matter what the situation is, no matter what the circumstances are. And I would simply say that that simple quote of creating your own path, of being yourself, of being authentic to you, who you are, of being willing to try something new, but also willing to understand your limits and your whole self, will lead to your success as a student. And I sincerely hope too that NABS, the NFB of Utah, the student division in the NFB of Utah, UTABs, go UTABs, right? Will contribute to your success as a person, to contribute to your growth, and will be there for you even when things don't look as bright. Because at the end of the day, you will get to where you want to be, and you will be the best person who you want to be, not just because of your mindset, but because of those around you. So I'd encourage you to do that and to stay involved in your community and be the best person that you can be. Thank you.
Nikhil, where are you a student at?
I go to school at UC Berkeley in California.
UC Berkeley, pretty cool, huh? Nikhil is also, he's studying public policy. And so, you know, I think we might have a next lawyer on our hands there, huh? Yeah, so pretty cool. All right, Tara Briggs, you're here, right? Yep, go ahead and make your way up here. Barbie or Danielle or Anitra or somebody, you want to give a door prize?
We're the three duels over here. We got a reader, we got the gift giver, and then me. So yeah, what are we giving away? Okay, we got some candy. We got 2 different types of bags that are wrapped that have like all different kinds of candy. And then we have something even cooler that I kind of wish I had, that I saw this. It's an extendable, has multiple different types of phone chargers. Like it has the iPhone charger, has the new charger for the new phone, Android charger. What? Ariana Soto. And that's who's getting it. Oh, okay.
The mic will be on your right when you're at the podium.
Oh, yeah, y'all come on. You want to be with the door prize? No.
She's not here.
She's not here. So let's go to somebody else.
Oh, she is.
Oh.
Are you here? You noticed something.
All right. Not Ariana Soto. Ariana Soto. That's who we're looking for.
Good try.
Next person.
Did we get a winner?
Jennifer Kennedy.
Oh, Jennifer Kennedy. Man, what's up with the duel over there getting everything?
Did we get a winner? Okay, good. Okay. All right, good. Okay, well, so Jerry Neely just texted me, and I'm pretty excited to say that we're now up to 170 registered at this convention. So that's pretty exciting. I just want to thank publicly Jerry for all of his hard work in the registration. It's a wonderful task. Yeah. It's not easy, but Jerry loves doing it, and he worked hard on with our webmaster to get a new online format. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a little easier for us to track having it online. And so rather than a Google form, so we're kind of probably going to continue going with it, and we'll tweak it every year and make it better as we go along. But thank you so much, Jerry, for all you do. Okay, so in Utah, we were one of the very first states. We weren't the first state, but we were definitely in the next round of states to do a Bell Academy, and we've been holding one every year from here on. From that every year from when we first started. I'm not here. What was the first year we did it? 2010. So we've been doing it since 2010. Thank you, Carl. A lot of people do a lot of work to make the Bell Academy a success. Carl Smith, he does all of our administrative work kind of behind the scenes. He manages the grants that we get that help fund the Bell Academy. The Division of Services for the Blind gives us a wonderful grant. The Black Committee, which is, what does that stand for? Yeah, the Black Committee was actually created. The Black Committee was actually created because of work Carl Smith and the NFB did back in the 1990s to get a Braille bill passed here in Utah. And from that bill, when that was passed, there's direct funding to help Braille literacy here in Utah. And that Black Committee manages it. Tara Briggs has been on and off that committee before, and we've had other people on that committee. We get a nice grant from them each year as well to help with our Bell Academy. So a lot of neat funding goes into it, but then a lot of work goes into it. And so this past year, I got the opportunity to go and spend one day with the kids at the Bell Academy. We went up and did some tandem bike riding and at the National Ability Center, and it was a lot of fun. And I saw how much work Tara Briggs, our coordinator, and her staff that were working did. I was really impressed with how much work went into it, how much effort went into it. And I imagine that they woke up tired and went home tired each day after the end. But it was a marvelous 2 weeks. The kids had a great time. And so I want Tara to be able to tell you a lot about it and get you pumped up for the next one. So let's give a warm welcome to Tara Briggs.
Very appropriate song choice. I like it. Everett was, when he came on our field trip, my voice was starting to just get shot, and I hadn't discovered the hidden microphone that was living over at Carl's house. And so Everett was my megaphone. I was like, Everett, say this, because I'd talked for a lot. So one of the sayings, we had the biggest group at Bell that we have ever had. We had 20 kids, which that deserves a round of applause. Can I just tell you? When we went to Baltimore, they do a training back in Baltimore, and they said, what is your biggest worry? And I said, I'm worried nobody's gonna come. And after the 20th person registered, I got a call from Karen Anderson back in Baltimore and said, I'm shutting registration down, you're full. So it was awesome. We had a saying, I had a saying at Bell. I'm sure all of you, or many of you in the audience know that our lives as blind people is like one long phone conversation, right? And all of these kids come to Bell, and it's a very different experience for them because if you raise your hand, you're going to sit there for 2 weeks and wonder why you're not called on. It's just not going to happen. And one of our sayings was, say your name so I can learn your voice. And people got pretty good at that. And by the end, people were pretty good at coming up and saying their names. And on like the second to last day, my daughter Marie and my daughter Ariana joined us, and they were trying non-visual techniques and learning how to use the braillers and stuff. And I was walking down the hall, and this kid came up to me, and she started talking to me, and I thought, oh my word, these kids. And I said, okay, wait a second, say your name so I can learn your voice. And she said in a tone of deep disgust, Marie. And we were talking about that just last night, and she said she felt betrayed that I didn't know her voice. So um we had a lot. We had so much fun, and I really learned the value that we have as blind mentors, showing these kids that they can do it. So we went to we had 2 field trips. The first field trip we went to was tandem bike riding with the National Ability Center, and that was when Everett came and was my microphone. and it was such a neat experience to watch these kids be anxious. Some of them had never ridden a bike and before, and some of them, you know, people have different additional disabilities, and to watch the National Ability Center accommodate that, and to watch these kids have a great time and face some of those fears was just such a moving experience for me. And I was totally on the high of this field trip, and we get everybody into the bus, and we take roll. And then Krista, she was a TVI who's moved to Idaho, and I'm so jealous of Idaho because they're lucky. But anyway, so we get everybody into the bus, and Krista says, well, should we let him use the bathroom? And I was like, no, we're just going. And so fortunately there were no accidents. So I learned, always let people have a potty break before you take them from Park City down to the School for the Blind. We had a really fun activity with the State Library for the Blind. We had an outer space day, and we had Tom from the Clark Planetarium come, and he brought all kinds of different things to look at and to touch, and tactile graphics from NASA. And at the back of the library, they created this big long solar system where you could feel the different planets and the sizes that they would be to each other. And Tom was fabulous. Tom said, you know, as we're getting together, he said, okay, everybody, just if you have a comment or a question, just raise your hand. I was like, oh, no, please, no hand raising. So I said, Tom, we call names here. You know, if they have a comment or question, they'll call your name. And he just ran with it. It was so much fun. It was great. And we had an amazing staff who was just fantastic. We had Courtney Barton, who was also TVI, and she had great ideas that were so helpful. We had Brinley Cherry, we had Kurt Manwaring, and Kurt is gonna, and I know we had some people, I know I'm missing folks. Melissa Heck, yes, who's come every year, and she's so great with the kids. And I'm gonna let Kurt say just a little bit about his experiences, because there were some times when I was running like a chicken without a head, trying to make sure everybody had their, you know, permission form with the National Ability Center signed and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna have Kurt say a few things, and then about what he noticed at Bell, and then I'll end up.
How does this work? Is it a microphone you're holding?
Over here, over to me.
Hello, microphone, I found you. And I'm the one teaching the kids. So I wanted to, first of all, thank you, Tara. Thank you for the confidence that you have in not just me, but all of us other blind adults as role models. Because I think that is one of the most important parts of Bell, and one of the things that frankly makes it the most important thing in my mind that the NFB does. And I want to say that coming from somebody who won a national scholarship, has been a chapter president, is currently a chapter vice president, was Utah Student Division president, went to a leadership seminar, and none of those, in my mind, are as important and as impactful and as grassroots effective. Even Washington Seminar, as important as that is, like Bell to me takes the cake. And the reason why is because we know the world doesn't do a great job of showing blind children that life isn't over. And not only is life not over, but you can live the life you want. The world doesn't show that by example very well, because the world doesn't really think we can. Or the world maybe thinks we can in these very specific, narrow ways that involve counting steps and playing a piano. I don't know. But, and our school system doesn't do a very good job of this. And if you don't believe me, ask any TVI, any teacher of blind students, and I am quite confident they will be the first to tell you that. So that's not a slight on them in any way. But that's why I think it's so important that for a couple weeks, we get the chance with children who, in my case, are in a very similar place to where I was, to show them that, hey, you can take a wrong turn and it doesn't mean you're lost. It might mean you're finding out where things are. You can show them, hey, things don't always go right the first time, and that's a way to learn and make it better. And you can show them, hey, you can read, you can write, you can cook, you can be active, you can go where you want to go, and watch us too. And I'm not saying that in an ego way. I'm saying that as like it's in the capacity of all of us blind adults to do this, however we do it. And it's so important that our children see that. So I guess a little bit about my teaching philosophy and what I found really like the most affirming and most powerful in my experience last year, because this year I'm the head teacher. So what that means is I do all the assessments at the start. I figure out where each student is at the start, which I think is so important. Because if I'm going to ask you to come to this program, I think it's only fair that I'm transparent about how I teach and how I will expect our other teachers to teach, which is this. Find out where each person is. Build that relationship with each student. Model, lead, listen, comfort, whatever's needed. And then figure out how to encourage them to, on their own, take just that next step out into what might be a little uncomfortable. Not too uncomfortable, but the next thing into the uncomfort zone, I guess. The next thing out of the comfort zone. And then from there, maybe it's not so hard. And then they do the next thing and the next thing. And I saw that with our students last year, who many of them were terrified at the start to walk anywhere without their parents or their friends or another teacher. And by the end, they were guiding their parents on a tour of the building. You know, I saw people who did not want to read Braille. By the end, and you know, you only have 2 weeks. I'm not trying to change people in 2 weeks. I'm trying to show options and trying to have them take whatever next step they want to take when they see that it's there. And so I saw that with people who were much more excited to read Braille by the end. I saw that with people who were much more comfortable going on the second field trip than the first field trip. And I want to mention about the planetarium really fast. The highlight for me was they had a piece of a meteor. And I'm sitting there, you know, wanting to make sure all the students are okay, trying to, you know, keep all the logistics together. And it just had to make me stop and think, how far has this rock come to get here? Like we can't even fathom the distances, billions of miles. Like what does that even look like? And it got from there to here. And you know, call it corny, call it spiritual, call it whatever you want to call it. But if that rock can travel across the galaxy, then you can do something that you thought maybe was hard, or the world is telling you you might not be able to do. And that's how I intend to teach Bell this year.
Yeah, so you can see we're lucky to have Kurt. He was great last year, and we had an awesome time in Baltimore. You learn so much from each other as blind people. And when Kurt and I traveled back to Baltimore for the training, I said, well, how do you navigate the airport? And he said, oh, I just kind of wander through. And I went, okay. And so I watched him do it, because I'm a little bit of a, well, I'll ask for airport assistance, and it can be a little frustrating because we don't always speak the same language, and I can speak point, but I can't interpret point. If you're pointing at something, I don't know where you're pointing. And as I watched Kurt, he taught me about doing different small. You ask people, is this the direction to security? And then you keep going, and then you ask the next person, the 5-minute friend method. Kurt is like an expert at the 5-minute friend method. And it was great. It gave me much more confidence for the next time I'm in the airport. And I think that's the most valuable thing that we do at Bell. I'll just end with a couple of quick stories. We had a student who was there, and this individual had a lot of vision, a lot of sight, but they didn't know what was going to happen. And the student and I were using the bathroom together, and she observed me, walking to the sink and washing my hands and finding the door and finding the paper towels and all that kind of stuff. And she said, so if you're blind, you're going to be okay. And I said, yeah, you're going to be okay. So the first night we had a meeting. Sarah was a huge help. And Sarah, everybody was like 20 kids. Oh my word, what wow. And Sarah said something I will never forget. She said, I can't give my child what you guys are giving them. I can't give them mentorship. I can't give them the assurance that it's going to be okay. And I think that's the most important thing we do at Bell. And just, will you all applaud Wendy Bybee, Carl Smith, Everett Bacon, Katie Chevalier, who were some of those people that before we ever came on the scene, and now are still such a huge help. Well, everybody give them a round of applause, because we couldn't. We couldn't do it without them and the work that they have done and continue to do. So Bell is the 16th through the 27th of June. The 9th through the 12th, we are going to have a big clear out and inventorying of the Bell storage unit. So if you are Deja's going to help with that, because look at my fridge, and organization is not my forte, but it is Deja's, so thankfully. So if you want to help out with any of that, be in touch. And we've got a good group of kids coming, but we'd still have room for more. And we'd love to pack them in, because nobody does blindness like we do. Thanks.
So Tara, if you also need Braille readers, right?
Oh,
Yes,
thank
the
you.
e-reader.
Sure.
Oh gosh, I'm so
It's okay. I can talk about this if you want.
well, what we need is people who are good Braille readers, talking about that modeling. after lunch around when do we do it, Kurt? 1 p.m.? 1 p.m.? Yeah, around 1 p.m. we have blind adults come and read to our kids.
Yes.
To show them. So if you are a good Braille reader, yeah,
Or
we'd
even
love
an
to have
average
you.
Braille
Or even an average Braille reader. Thank you, exactly.
Or Braille reader.
If you are a Braille reader, we'd love to have you come. We had Adam come and he did his Don't Break the Budget game and he read a book to the kids and it was awesome for them to see him working on that because Adam learned Braille a little bit later in life. And it was just so great to hear his story. And one of our kids really needed to hear Adam's story. So
How can they reach you if they want to volunteer?
email me at thflute@gmail.com. T is in Tara, H is in Honey, flute@gmail.com. I am changing my email address because AI has taken over and it's kind of gnarly. And when I do get that email, when I do get an official Utah Bell NFB email set up and running, then I will pass on the information to everybody in the state.
Okay, and then I forgot to say one thing. I promise it won't be more than 10 seconds. Okay.
Come back behind me.
Okay. Okay. So part of reading Braille is reading electronic Braille because we all know, well, I'll just say when I was little, we had an Old Testament donated to me, and that Old Testament was our basement. So we all know that there is a place for electronic Braille, and the Utah, yeah, shout out to Michael. And the state library with the National Library Service will give any of our students a free e-reader display. And that is one thing that at Bell, I am wanting to really teach hard. That's one of my priorities with any student who has one. So please, 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 parents, get in touch with the library. If you don't have that e-reader now, get that process started so we can have it by Bell. Thank you.
I hope you see the work and the planning that go into such a program. It really does take a little bit of a village to make it all happen. And, you know, when I went to the graduation, Kurt did this awesome audio description of some of the videos that were going on at the Bell Academy. He ran it through a software mobile application called PixieBot and showed that to the kids and got them all excited about audio description. And then Tara read a really cute story and we gave away awards and it was this time where it was all blind people helping blind kids, mentoring blind kids. And it just warms your heart if you get a chance to come and watch it. It's an experience you'll never forget. Ned and Deja, if you'll make your way
that one through all that well. Well, we finished off with another fun experiment, another fun activity, where again, one of the compounds that the telescope looks at in outer interstellar space is carbon dioxide, something that we are familiar with. It gets a lot of press. But essentially, that's what dry ice is. Dry ice, for those of you who did not know, is solid carbon dioxide. So the experiment that we designed, or the activity we designed, was a solid piece of dry ice into a bottle that would inflate a balloon. And then, being that the telescope works off of infrared detection, we're able to take a small infrared CO2 detector and see which student could actually get that detector to ring. And then show them, this is what the telescope is doing. It's looking at the same light. We have machines here on Earth that do it. But the telescope just does it a lot bigger and from a lot further away. And of course, being that we have our students, it became a contest. Which one can make the detector ring? And I'm proud to say, I guess not as proud as she was, that Skylie Mundy was the one who got it to ring, and she proclaimed it loud and proud to everyone for the next 15 minutes. But it's this type of excitement that really is why I love being a part of this program. When you see a student actually successfully perform on a science experiment or a science activity, non-visually, something that was previously inaccessible to them, it's one of the most fulfilling things I've ever had in my career. And that comes from a guy who's done a fair amount of off the beaten path things in his career. But again, it's something that I love doing. Now, I've had some critics of this program, some critics of what I'm trying to do ask, do you really think you're going to get a blind student to have a career in science with this stuff? And my answer is always the same, maybe not. But that needs to be their decision, not the decision of some administrator or a teacher who cannot figure out how to get it done. And that is why we do what we do, and why I am proud to be a part of this program. Now, I'm also proud to announce that we are going to have our third annual STEM to You program. And for that, I'd like to welcome up my new partner in crime here in this, someone I'm very happy to have helped me with this, Deja Powell.
Thank you. I'd like to take a second and have you help me participate in something. I want you to turn to your partner that you're next to and tell them when you were 8 years old what you wanted to be when you grew up.
I said like an 8. At 8 years old.
What did you want to be? What did you want to be next?
Outside linebacker.
Oh, a football player. Okay. Okay. Now I want you to think back. Did any of you become those things? I know I certainly didn't. I was a little blind girl at 8 years old, and my dream was to become an astronaut. I wanted to be an astronaut when I was 8 years old, and I started studying a lot about outer space. In fact, I covered my walls and my ceiling with glow-in-the-dark stars in hopes that someday I would go to actual space. I started to learn a lot about the stars, the moon, who actually had gone to space, what it was like to go to space. I quickly learned about something called asteroids. And I quickly learned and developed a fear that an asteroid was going to land on my house. such a fear that I began to not sleep at night in fear that one was going to land on me and destroy my family's home. So much so that I wasn't sleeping at night, and I quickly changed my mind about becoming an astronaut. I also learned that I had to become really good at science in order to become an astronaut. And I specifically remember talking to one of my teachers about this. And she told me that it would be really difficult for me to be an astronaut or to be good at science because I was blind. She said that I would have to learn to use different science tools and things to be able to become an astronaut, and that it would probably not be a realistic goal for me because I was blind. I remember this conversation very well, and I remember thinking to myself, well, I guess I better figure out what else I'm going to do with my life, because I guess it's not realistic for me to become an astronaut. This was something that stuck with me throughout my whole life, and I quickly geared away from anything to do with science. This stuck with me, and in turn, I told myself early on that I just wasn't good at science and math. This stuck with me for the rest of my life. I continued to get bad grades in math and science, and even told my mom that I should probably just not take science classes. That maybe I should just get out of things like dissection, things like measuring things like physics and science. Because I was blind, I wouldn't be able to do them. And so often I would just get written out of those classes and just didn't take them, and would just tell people that I wasn't good at them. Even in math, I would talk my teachers into only doing half of my problems because it would take me too long to do them. So I just chalked it up to being blind and being bad at those subjects. How many of you can relate to some of this story? Yeah, it's quite sad now that I look back on it, because I really don't know if I like science or math because I never gave it a fair shot. That's why when Dr. Ned Lindholm reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to help him with a specific STEM program, I was a little bit shocked because I haven't exactly been connected with science in my career. I have helped with various science programs throughout my life, but kind of on a side note, as I've always been and I've always loved working with blind children throughout my career. I've always encouraged blind children to participate in science. I think it's a wonderful idea and something I wish that I had been pushed to do. But when he reached out to me to help with the STEM to You program through the National Federation of the Blind, I was surprised. Because while he is a science genius, I am not by any stretch of the imagination one. But I was also really excited because this gave me a chance to do something I've been wanting to do since I was 8 years old. I felt like a little kid with a fresh chance to get in there and learn about something I've always wanted to do. I am so excited to be a part of a program that I get to help participate in and help children do something that I have longed to do for much of my life. I think blind kids should get the chance to see if they like science. It's not about forcing kids into the field of science, like Ned said earlier today. It's about giving them a chance to see if it's what they like to do, not telling them if they like to do it or forcing them to like to do it, but seeing if it's something they actually enjoy doing. Giving them the same opportunity as their sighted peers to do something that they love, or maybe they don't love it, and maybe this is how they find out that they don't like science. But they deserve every opportunity as sighted kids to find out if it's something they're interested in, to see if it's a field that they like to do. Because blind kids deserve the same opportunity as their sighted peers to do the things that their sighted peers get to do. And kids in Utah deserve that same opportunity. This is a program that gives them hands-on experiences, that gives them the chance to do things that they will not get to do in the classroom. Too many times, blind kids are put in a situation with their classmates where they are pushed to the side and said, oh, just sit over here. We'll tell you what's going on. We'll explain to you what's happening. But that is not the same experience that their sighted peers are getting. They are not seeing what it's like to actually know what's going on. That is not the same experience as putting their hands into the action, to seeing what actually works and doesn't work in science. I had the best opportunity to go to the National Center of the National Federation of the Blind and work with many teachers from across the country to learn how to teach experiments to blind children and to show them how they can do their own hands-on experiences with science, to learn the scientific method, which is what we will be focusing on this year for our blind science camp. They get to actually use materials that have been made adaptable for them. They get to measure their own chemicals and their own things. They get to weigh their own things with talking scales. They get to do their own experiments all the way through. We will be looking for volunteers like many of you in the audience today to come help them. We are looking for blind individuals that will come and help them do these experiments. We want them to be blind individuals. And you know why? Because we want to show them that blind people can do these experiments without the assistance of sighted people. We want to show them that we do not need sighted people to do these activities, that they can do them completely on their own and to do science independently. We hope that some of you will come and help us with our blind science camp. We hope you will reach out to us and come help these kids do blind science. Even if you don't have the experience like me with science, that you will come and help them. You do not need to have an extensive science background to do this. We just need strong role models to come in and show them that this is completely possible. I don't want another kid like me to have an adult come and tell them that one of their dreams is not possible. They don't need to be told that you can't do this because you're blind. We need them to know that there are possibilities out there for them to live out their dreams. Who knows? I could have been flying into space with Katy Perry just the other week, you know? And I may have missed that opportunity because someone told me I couldn't because I was blind. You know, you never know. So I want to give them the same opportunities as their sighted peers. And they need to know that the possibilities are out there. And because of programs like we're doing through the National Federation of the Blind, they can have those opportunities to know what it is that they like and what, you know, maybe they don't like it, but how are they going to know if they don't get in there and try these things? I'm grateful for this opportunity to present today, and I hope you will share the word about our STEM to You program. It's going to be June 28th. And we're going to be hosting it at the Division of Services for the Blind. It's K through 6th grade. So any kids that want to come and learn these experiences, we hope they will come and learn about the scientific method. Ned is a top of the line scientist that we have right here in our own state. We're so lucky to have him. And we hope you will come help us volunteer and give these kids the opportunity of a lifetime to come learn about science. Thanks for having us. I'd
be remiss if I didn't thank our previous Digital Newsworth program this year, but I'd be remiss if I did not thank the person who has helped me coordinate for the last couple of years. She's our auction chairperson, Stephanie Cordova. And trust me, the program would have never gone off the last couple of years without her. So she wasn't able to help us out this year, but just want to take the moment to thank her so much for her help over the last couple of years.
Welcome to Washington. So walk off music now, huh? Okay, I like it. I like it.
Sherilyn and Millie, if you'll make your way up to the podium. You want to give another way a door prize? Are we doing good? All right, let's do it real quick.
All right, we're ready.
Here we go.
What do we got?
We have a metal water bottle, some trefoil Girl Scout cookies, $20, and a bag of chocolates.
Wow.
Yeah.
It makes me really hungry.
All right.
Chocolate. I need it louder.
You know, if you put, oh, wow. If you put the name upside down, it says something else. And I am still trying to figure this name out. Yeah. I can read Braille, and this is, it doesn't make sense no matter which way I put it. And Andrea, standing, is not here. She's not sitting or standing. Next, I'm just going to pull one out of here. I can't believe I couldn't read that. I was just If your name is Jeannie Schoonman, you just won a door prize. Jeannie, are you here? Yeah, got it. She's got it.
We got it. Okay. You know, every year our Washington seminar is a chance for us to go back to Washington, D.C. We walk the halls of Congress. There's over 500 canes tapping and dogs with their claws tapping as well, walking along the halls. It kind of stops down Congress, to be honest. It's pretty fun. And we have representation from every state. It's a wonderful experience. Utah, we try to take 12 people each year. We have to take a group of people that have a good understanding of what our mission is and what we're trying to accomplish there. And then we try to have spots for new people to go every single year. This year, we were fortunate enough to get Millie Creer to go for the first time, which is really exciting. And so I thought it would be kind of a neat presentation for mom and daughter, Sherilyn Johnson, who's been back many times to Washington, D.C., and Millie to give us their experiences of Washington Seminar, tell us a little bit about what Utah did there, and so much more. So thank you very much, and welcome Sherilyn and Millie.
Apparently that was a dedication from my husband. Thank you, darling. Wow. Okay, I'm going to give you a little glimpse into the lives of my family. So Thursday, in a text group between Brad and I, Chase and Millie and their dad, I texted and said, also, good thing Brad is reading the state convention agenda, because he just saw that Millie and I are on the schedule to talk about going to Washington, D.C. together. And then the details about the time and blah, blah, blah. Millie says, what? I have to talk? And Brad says, oh yes, Millie, you get to spend time telling everyone about all the Instagram posts and share where each one was taken and why you were there and why they are your favorite poses. So we're going to let Millie do that.
Okay, am I on it?
Are we sharing her screen? Okay.
Okay. This is me outside of the Thomas Jefferson Memorial with the Washington Monument in the background. Here's me with Martin Luther King Jr. at his memorial. I'm doing the same pose in like every picture. So. Here's me with Thomas Jefferson at the memorial. There's his statue, not him. Here's me outside of his memorial. Here's me at Arlington. We went to see the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. and the changing of the guard. Here is me outside of Robert E. Lee's house. There's me on the bus. And here's me in their little schoolhouse inside of Robert E. Lee's house, and I'm a perfect fit.
Very low doorway.
Yeah.
School for the kids.
Here's some of the guards. This is a long video of them changing the guards. Here's my favorite part, which was the Library of Congress. It was so pretty. And we got a tour about all of the architecture. We also went to the Supreme Court, and here's me with Ruth. Here's me outside of the Supreme Court room. And there's a lot of pictures. My mom was my photographer. And here's Thomas Jefferson's giant book collection. And that's it.
Okay. Yes, I would love for Millie to be an audio description operator, specialist, whatever they're called. I'm going to let Willie play the sound that he was planning to play before my husband intercepted. Unless you're not ready. Okay, hit it.
Welcome to Washington, come one and all. Welcome to the District of Columbia. Welcome to Washington, D.C. This is the place where dreams come true. Yes, the capital of the United States. We'll enter the heart of our nation. We'll see where our bills be.
Thank you, Willie. That was great as well. So there was a lot of touring that goes on in Washington, D.C. And I have a lot of people in the organization to thank for helping me learn the city and help me to love the work that is done in Washington, D.C. by the blind of our nation. Ray Martin and Ron Gardner came a little later, but his brother also. The slogan, well, the three Gardner brothers, actually. I ended up with them many years going to Washington and touring. And our motto was always, we're burning daylight. So you really try to make use of the time you have in Washington, D.C. There is important work that goes on, which I'll get to here in a second, but there's also a lot of great things that happen. I just want to know whether it was with Project Strive, whether it was as a student in the national organization, or maybe you worked with your chapter president, or Everett. How many out there have been to Washington Seminar? Okay, so that's a lot of people. And it might be a handful each year, but there is some power that you get in going to Washington, D.C. and working as a group and learning from each other, spending time together. Millie didn't mention, I don't know if she had a post about going to the Holocaust Museum. A few others in the room were with us, and that was a great experience. All over again, it's hard. You have to mentally prepare for that one. But we got home, we'd been home for maybe a week or so, and Millie says, I just found Ruth, the lady, the Holocaust survivor that we had talked to at the Holocaust Museum. She was on Instagram telling her story about going back to, was it Auschwitz? Yeah. So that was pretty awesome. Seeing something historical come kind of close to home, that we had met this woman that is getting millions of views on Instagram.
Anyway, so great memories are made there, but there is a lot of work that goes on. And this year we had kind of an interesting situation. We were right in the middle of budget changes and program cutting and laying off employees. A lot of uncertainty was going on. So our organization, in very wise, in a very wise move, had us begin each visit to our state senators and congressmen talking about the impact of shutting down the Department of Education. And I'm assuming because I'm a special education teacher, Everett allowed me to kind of kick that off in the meetings that I attended. There is a lot riding on funding for services for students with disabilities, whether they're blind or have other disabilities. But in addition to special education funding, we also have vocational rehabilitation under the Department of Education. We have programs for blind seniors and other things that impact those who are blind across our country. Randolph Shepherd, yes, I meant to mention that. Programs that impact us individually. Anyway, so that was an important discussion that we got to have in each of our legislators, in our congressmen's offices. We also had our main talking points. We had medical device for non-visual accessibility. And we all know, unless we have a sighted person, we might be taking our nighttime meds in the morning or something more fatal. We need accessibility when it comes to devices, to prescriptions, to the medical necessities of our lives. Great discussions there. We also talked about Blind American Return to Work Act and some great experiences shared there. This has been an issue since I've been going to Washington, D.C. I started for the first time in 1997. And I think every year since then, we've still had to talk about employment issues. And let's not have barriers to blind people being able to work. Let's get rid of disincentives, the fear of if I work too much, then I'll lose this much. And anyway, that discussion has to happen every year. And good discussions did happen. And then we had one more talking point that I'm going to let Millie share. She got to tell her own experience. So some of you have heard it, but I'm going to have the convention hear Millie's story of how she was personally, or has been personally impacted by websites and application software accessibility.
Okay, so I was able to tell our representatives and our congressmen about a program that I've had to use my entire experience through junior high and in 5th and 6th grade. And it's a reading platform called Reading Plus. And it was a big part of our grade. And it included having to read light blue letters on a white background. And it was really difficult for me. Yeah, and I had to read really fast and I wasn't able to do it. So
it didn't just have her, sorry. I did this in every visit, didn't I? Okay, sorry, but you have to know how hard this is. For those of us that struggle to use the limited site we have, here she is. It's the contrast is hard, but not only that, she has like a one-line view available and it moves down and down. So not only is she worried about, I can't make it out, oh, it's already on the next line and she can't keep up with it. So we are in turmoil for those 5 years. And anyway, go ahead, Millie, sorry.
So there I was confessing to legislators that I was cheating because it was the only way I could get by because I couldn't read what my classmates could read.
Okay. Luckily, she can interpret a lot from just the questions about what she was supposed to have read. She was answering the questions, but it wasn't helping her reading speed. It wasn't helping her comprehension, right? She didn't read anything. Anyway, I know there are dozens of stories, if not more, in this room of inaccessibility when it comes to living in a digital world, right? So a huge topic that we needed to talk about. Anyway, we had a great experience. As Everett said, I've been to Washington, D.C. several times. I had the pleasure of having Chase with me a few years ago and had a great time. And then this time with Millie, but also my husband, who is a veteran, and he was able to be there and visit the memorials that he feels a connection to. And what a great opportunity. If you haven't been to Washington seminar, please reach out to your chapter president, talk to Everett. There are ways for anyone in this room to apply to attend. And it is a great opportunity, not just for Insta, but also for the nation's blind. Thank you so much.
One thing that you have to love about Sherilyn is her passion. I mean, she has such passion about things that she talks about, and I absolutely love hearing her talk about things that really matter. Barbie, if you'll make your way up, good. Barbie read my mind. We'll now move into the business meeting portion of our agenda. It's interesting, you know, I've been president now for this is my 13th year, but a year ago I went back to a president's retreat that happens before the Washington seminar, and I learned something that I wasn't doing at our state conventions. I was not having our secretary read through the minutes of each business meeting that we have for our conventions. And so, you know, I still learn things. I still go back and hear from other presidents and hear from President Riccobono and learn about things that I can do better. So, so we incorporated it last year. Barbie made it fun, and I'm sure she's going to make it fun this year. So here is your secretary, Barbie Elliott, with the minutes report.
Oh, got you. Okay. I'm going to move it over just a little bit. Makes my life easier. Ladybugs and jelly beans of the United Snakes of Asparagus. I'm here in front of you, standing behind you. I've been asked to address you, not to undress you. Give me an hour, I'll share with you the minutes. Try not to listen in case your name's in it. What happened? Okay. Try not to listen in case you fall over. Here we go. Admission is free, so pay at the door. Pull up a seat and sit on the floor. At the southeast corners of this round table, here's last year's minutes, and that's no fable. So before we get with the serious stuff, how many of you were here last year? Yeah, me too. How many of you were here for the first time last year? One? I'm so glad you were here last year. Thanks for coming back. How many of you made a new friend last year? Me, I made a new friend. How many of you got temporarily disoriented last year? And how many of you wouldn't admit it if you did? Okay, let's get serious. April 11th through the 13th of 2024, our location was Salt Lake Sheridan. Does anybody remember the theme? Launch into action. Be strong enough to stand on your own, smart enough to know when you need help, and brave enough to ask. I did not memorize this. I looked it up. We had some elections. We elected Everett Bacon for a 2-year term as president, Mark Turley, 2-year term treasurer, Ken Duke, 2-year term as a board member, Laura Vincent, 2-year term board member, and Jesse Kramer was elected for a 1-year term to take the place of Helen Ekman, who had to resign. We elected Everett Bacon and as our delegate, and Mark Turley was our alternative delegate. We need to remember to do that this year again. Resolution, we have forgotten before. And you aren't the only president who's done that. We had 3 resolutions last year. I wonder if anybody even remembers we had any. We got some stuff done on them too, but anyway, property tax resolution. Anybody remember that one? Good. We also had a visually impaired trust resolution. And our 3rd resolution was membership on the SRC. Those are the minutes, including things I decided not to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbie.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, well, yeah, let's give a door prize. Yeah, those steps sneak up on you. You did. We don't have a location for next year's convention. I'm working on that. I'm actually going to try to get us into Davis County. So that's where I'm looking to try to find us a place. We have not been back to Davis or Weber County in quite some time, so I'm going to really focus on trying to get us a convention there. I do anticipate it will be most likely mid to late April, maybe the first weekend in May at the latest, but I promised I would never ever do it again on Mother's Day weekend. And I would never ever do it again on Easter weekend. So those are the weekends, and then I definitely know not to do it the first weekend in April. So you know, I've learned what weekends we try to shoot for. So, but we will definitely have a convention in 2026 because you know it's fun, and you guys like coming to conventions, right? Yeah.
This one.
All right. Door prize, go for it.
All right, you guys. So we have, it's not a big, I mean, what do you got?
All right, friends, I have lemonade cookies from Girl Scouts.
Ooh.
I have paparazzi jewelry. I also have some candy in my bag.
Does that sound good to everybody? Oh, I guess you're trying to say you want more, right? Yeah, we need some money, right, Barbie? We got some $20. Who's ready? Okay, we got Monica. What is it?
Monica Stan. I
Stammen?
don't believe she's here.
Oh, okay.
She was here yesterday.
Okay, then we got Jenny, somebody.
Oh, same one, Jeannie Schumann again.
Wow.
Oh, see, we're gonna have to take those people's names out. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm gonna have to shake that up next time.
I was trying to mix it up when she was gone. So.
No, we got it. Way to go, Jeannie. Okay, so it is important that you hear about the treasury of the NFB of Utah. We're pretty proud of our treasury and what we've been able to do with it over the years. Some years we have better years than others, but the one thing that we as a board and I as president have promised to you is that we're going to spend money here and we're going to spend it on you. And that's something we've definitely tried to do over the years, and we'll continue to do it as long as we have the funds to do it. We try to be as generous as we can. We give back to our national organization as well. But there's a lot of things that go into being a part of our treasury. Mark Turley does an outstanding job as treasurer. He works very hard. Sometimes, you know, he and I will connect by a text or call at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And, you know, something that he has to go over with me or something that I need to authorize. And so I can really count on Mark. I'm really glad that he is in this position. He's great at it. And so here, you know, here's our treasury report, Mark Turley. I know.
Gotcha. There we go. All right. Smooth entrance. So it's all good. It's sort of my talent here. So yeah, I'm here to give the annual treasury report. As you know, this is for 2024. I just wanted to kind of start off by saying that, you know, I really appreciate the opportunity I have to serve in this capacity. It's not always the funnest thing in the world, but I really, really enjoy working with Everett. I remember my first convention back around 2007 or 8, probably 8, maybe 7, I don't know. Anyway, you know, at the old Red Lion. When are we going back there, Ev?
It's not, no longer exists.
Yeah, so, and that's where I met Everett, and we really quickly became very good friends. And sorry, I keep bumping it with my stick. And I really appreciate him and the support he gives me. I really appreciate Jerry Neely. You know, he does so many things behind the scenes that people don't know about. He runs the PayPal account, and so I call him on a regular basis, asking him to help me find something that I need that was done in PayPal. We now have PayPal linked properly to our QuickBooks, so that's kind of making things a little bit easier. Jerry also manages our NFB Utah Gmail account to check it, make sure see if anybody needs to be responded to or referred to Everett or whatever. So I really appreciate the support I get. I appreciate my wife because I spend a lot of time on the computer, which is in our bedroom, and she's like looking at me like, it's time to go to bed, Mark, you know, so I appreciate that. Anyway, I want to get to the report. It's really exciting because we get to read lots of numbers. But one thing that I really like too is, you know, that I get to see firsthand is I have 100% confidence in you know, the methodologies that Everett uses to decide how he's going to spend money. And like you said, the most important thing is that it benefits our affiliate and the members of our affiliate. And I certainly have never seen Everett or anybody really benefit from anything that the NFB has that's not proper for the assistance for the blind. So without further ado, I'm going to first go through the numbers for our income for 2024. And we had general contributions in the amount of $11,076. Estate bequests in the amount of $17,700. So grateful for the Colby Fund, which is a gift that just keeps on giving. We had in registrations, 5,982. From the state convention last year, we had 20,000, let me get that number again, $20,655. So that's mostly a combination of, you know, all the sponsors as well as the auction. And so our total in regular contributions, 55,413. Then we also had from government contract / grants, $848, and from dividends and interest from securities, $34,151, and then in unrealized gains on investments, $15,083. So our total income was $105,000, $105,095. Now we'll go through the expenses. Sorry. Love when you accidentally touch the phone in the wrong spot. So our expenses, we had under assistance to individuals, $16,784. To the National Federation of the Blind, we sent $21,600. We shared $272 with a chapter. We gave $1,000 to the Jacobus Tenbrook Fund. He has a fan out there. And then under grants and awards, oh, this is the total for all of those, which fall under the categories of grants and awards. $39,745. Then we had professional fees, $7,100. That's primarily Bell, and sometimes we pay a fee for people who come and speak with us. $5,682 for investment management fees. And total for our professional fees, $12,782. We had supplies, $3,699, telephone $585, postage and shipping $68, printing and publications $1,117, travel $17,009, conventions and meetings $56,490. That's primarily state convention, as well as supporting other things like Washington Seminar. Other expenses, $676. $132,171 in total expenses. So our net operating cost is $26,775. So we have a negative cash flow or a negative operating cost of $26,775. Now that, just by the way, I heard some say, but last year in 2023, we were up in the $43,000 range, and we had a 39% decrease in our net operating costs. So that was great. Now, because we have investment accounts, that helps with a lot of this. So let's go over our 4 investment accounts, or our 4 holdings accounts. We have a checking account, a savings account, a PayPal account, and our investment account. Sorry, I had to skip forward. So in savings, we had $1,003. Oh, I'm going to give the amount on January 1st of 2024, and then the amount on December 31st of 2024. So we had $1,003, and we ended with $1,003. We had in our checking account $16,617, and we ended with $14,603. In our PayPal account, we began with $268. and ended with $432. We usually like to try to empty our PayPal account pretty close to the end of the year. And now for our investment account through Balance Capital, we have beginning $547,999. And at the end of the year, we had $553,974. So you can see we had about 6,000 more in the, wait, was it more or less? Yeah, more, which was great when you consider that we took $60,000 that we withdrew from our investment account during the year 2024. So we still ended up 6,000 higher. So our total holdings, oh, I'm having trouble. $565,582 was the beginning, and the ending was $570,012. So you can see that we did increase our overall holdings during the year. So that's kind of the report. I'm just kind of, like I said, happy to do this. I'm willing to accept any questions if anybody has any. And now is your chance. Hearing none, that is my report. Oh, I got one. Okay.
Mr. Treasurer, I just want to compliment you on a very competent treasurer.
Thank you. Oh, I did want to mention just one thing too that's kind of fun that really actually helped me so much this year. We have just incredible connectivity with the national office now, way better than I've ever had before. We now have them, they actually have an account where they can look at our QuickBooks account directly, which also allows them to see the PayPal transactions. And at first I thought, ooh, it's kind of like a big brother, you know, looking at your shoulder. It has been absolutely wonderful. My high compliments to Luna Hare and her patience with me and helping me get all these numbers straight, and really appreciate the national office and their support. Yes.
I was just wanting to find out with the, like, when it comes to like raising money and that from like external, because I know that we do a lot of things like fundraising within the organization, but what can we do to raise money from outside, like to bring more money in as well?
Well, I will leave that to Everett to answer. Thank you.
Stick around, Mark. I might need you. Stick around. I might need you. It's a great question. Yeah, and I also thank you. We actually need to do one before the treasurer. I forgot to do a motion to accept the secretary. So does someone want to do that first? Okay, we have Tina motioning to do the secretary and Willie seconding. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is marked. Now, Carl. Carl makes the motion. Kevin Ledford seconds. Yep, we have discussion. Who has the question? Yes, Tina, please do.
Yeah.
I think that was $68, and that's for me to buy a roll of stamps.
We still mail checks, believe it or not, and it does require stamps to mail those off. We do pay a little bit other stuff like printing costs and things like that. That's different.
That was a separate category, it was a little over 1,000.
The agendas that you're having, those require us to print those, and we get the best deal we can. I wish I could get them a little cheaper, but I try, and they do a very good job. Other questions? Other discussion? Yes, David. So I'm going to answer that one. Professional fees kind of come out of a lot of different areas, but one of the areas that professional fees, so we have Balanced Life Capital that manages our investment account. Well, they get paid when we make money, and we made some money last year. And so that's part of that professional fees comes out of that. And then also, as Mark said, sometimes we've had some guest speakers that we've paid for. And so some of that money goes into that as well. Oh, and Bell Academy is some of those are professional fee related as well. Thank you, David. Good question. Who is it? Willie? Oh, sorry. Who had a question? Mike Christensen? Okay, what's your question, sir? I don't think we had it.
The 15,000 was our unrealized gain. So that's money that our investments increased, but we haven't sold, so they're unrealized. Those are a good thing. We'd like to have lots of those.
Now, Adam asked a question earlier. I didn't get to answer it. He asked about how can we outside go get money? Well, one of the ways we outside go get money is our sponsors of this convention. And Willie and I work really hard to try and go get sponsors for this convention. We always could use more help. We have, Willie and FSIG together did $6,000. So they're kind of our top together, since Willie did 1,000 and they did 5,000 and they're teaming partners. And then we had $5,000 from Comcast. We had 2,500 from CATT, and then $1,000 from a few other different sponsors that I'm not having off the top of my memory, but quite a few different sponsors that we have to get this convention going. This convention is quite expensive, and we have to do a lot of prepay for this convention. So we've already actually paid approximately $40,000 for this convention. So now we get that back in lots of different ways, like sponsors, like you guys for paying for your registration, paying for your meals, doing our auction, all of those types of things. And I do my best to try to make sure we'll break even or come as close to breaking even. Some years we come a little short, but we do try to do our best to try to do that. But I feel like it's important to spend the money on this convention because it's an experience that demonstrates to not only all of us, but the rest of the world that we are a professional organization and we're going to put on a professional convention. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments or discussion? All in favor of accepting the treasury report, please say aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. Now you got to stay up here for elections in a minute, right? Okay. You're going to be back up here, but we're going to do resolutions first. Carl Smith is our resolutions chair. And you're making your way up here, Carl? Oh, you're here already. Okay, good. So we have our resolutions. This is the policies of the National Federation of the Blind of Utah that we try to take over the next year. It doesn't mean that the previous year's policies that we passed, we stopped working on. In fact, Mark, I talked about in my report a policy that was enacted about 4 years ago, and we did a reinforcement of that resolution with regards to a pharmacy, Accessible Pharmacy Act. I'm still working on that. And we're going to continue to work on that. Sometimes it takes a time or a while to get something passed in Utah. Property tax reform is something that Carl's very passionate about. We did meet with one, was it senator or member of the House? It was a member of the House. We did meet with them about a potential property tax reform bill for blind people. I think it's still something we're going to pursue heavy this summer. And so many other areas, we still continue to try to do them. So know that even though we didn't get like an actual action item done for a particular resolution, it's still in process and it's still working, and it's something we're continuing to work on. So without further ado, we have some resolutions for this year that the committee has passed. And so I'm going to ask Carl, our chairperson, to take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Michael Harris, are you up here yet? I am here. Great. All right. Now, I just have to say, Mark is very, he's very modest. You know, that $68 for a roll of stamps has gone up now to 75 cents. So that investment has paid off because, and in July, they're going to go to, I think, 77. So those stamps are gaining value every day as we wait for them. So, you know, he should be proud of that. We do have resolutions this year, and as Everett said, the resolutions are policy statements of the organization. They are, if passed, what they do is they direct A, the president, B, the board of directors, but C, and probably A, B, and C together, all of us that are members of the organization, to gives us direction, it gives us policies, things that we agree to work on. So if we pass resolutions at this convention, if you vote aye on a resolution, it means that you are willing to help, you know, do whatever that resolution says. So, you know, be aware of that. It is a commitment for all of us to do. We have 5 resolutions this year. Now, Michael, you have a mic over there?
I do.
You do. Great. All right. And nice to have our own PA system, isn't it? Michael Harris is our resolution reader. I'm going to start out with a resolution 25-01.
Regarding the immediate withdrawal from and dismissal of Texas versus Kennedy. Whereas, we okay sound-wise? Okay, I just heard some talking. Whereas Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 is a landmark civil rights provision for people with disabilities, protecting us from discrimination by federal agencies and recipients of federal funding in public education, work readiness programs, healthcare, elections, the court system, and more. And whereas 17 states' attorneys general, including the Utah Attorney General, have filed suit in Texas versus Kennedy, alleging that Section 504 is unconstitutional and should be entirely or partially enjoined, limiting it only to those programs, services, and activities directly funded by and through the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. And whereas the 17 states submitted a status report to the court on February 21st, 2025, stating in pertinent part, quote, plaintiffs clarify that they have never moved and do not plan to move the court to declare or enjoin Section 504, ellipsis, as unconstitutional on its face. Plaintiffs have not sought and do not seek to enjoin the disbursement of funds from the department on the basis that the statute is unconstitutional, close quote. And whereas at the time of this resolution, plaintiffs have chosen not to amend pages 37 and 42 of their complaint, which directly contradict the previous paragraph by stating, quote, count 3, Section 504 is unconstitutional, close quote, and, quote, demand for relief, ellipsis, D, declare Section 504, 29 U.S.C. Section 794 unconstitutional, E, issue permanent injunctive relief against, bracket, the Department of Health and Human Services, close bracket, enjoining them from enforcing Section 504, close quote. And whereas when asked by members of the National Federation of the Blind, plaintiffs have repeatedly directed those members to the quoted language from the status report without ever addressing the language in the actual complaint. And whereas if plaintiffs' demand is granted, it will have a devastating impact on blind Americans' rights to effective communication and reasonable accommodation in connection with government programs, services, and activities, including but not limited to education, employment, housing, healthcare, and other forms of civic life. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Utah in convention assembled this 3rd day of May 2025 in the city of Provo, Utah, that this organization immediately call upon the Utah Attorney General to withdraw his name from Texas versus Kennedy because of the far-reaching and harmful effects the lawsuit could have on Section 504 and the lives of blind and other disabled Americans generally. And be it further resolved that this organization call for the immediate dismissal of Texas versus Kennedy in order to protect blind people and all other Americans with disabilities by preserving the full force and effect of Section 504.
Committee recommends do pass. Questions, discussion on this resolution? All right, if none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, resolution 25-02, committee recommends do pass this one as well. Oh, everyone wants to say something. Yes.
Thanks. So we will, just so you're aware, now that you've passed it, we will be sending this resolution along with an email, kind of just explaining our stance. Although I think this resolution says our stance pretty well, but we'll be sending that to the Attorney General here in Utah and probably the governor's office. So just so you're aware, that's what we'll do, and I think it's important that we continue to do that. I wanted to point out one thing with the treasurer report. One thing it was probably in one of the fees areas, but it wasn't bracketed out. We did, as an organization, make a 5-year commitment, $10,000 a year to the Museum of the People's Blind Movement. So that was something that we wanted to do. We felt it was really important that our state step up and make that commitment. And so we made that payment last year. We'll continue to make that payment each year until our 5-year commitment is met. So I thought I would just kind of bring that up because we didn't talk about it specifically, but it was definitely one of the things we did pay for this past year. And I also appreciate everyone asking questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for me?
Everett's shorter than me.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, go ahead,
Resolution
Carl.
2025-02, committee recommends do pass.
And that is support for the Websites and Software Applications Accessibility Act. Whereas websites and mobile applications have become essential for full participation in modern life, with 96% of Americans using the internet, including millions of blind and other disabled people. And whereas current law fails to offer a consistent or enforceable standard for digital accessibility, leaving blind Americans to face daily barriers in accessing information and services online. And whereas small businesses are unfairly held liable for inaccessible websites developed by third-party vendors, creating legal uncertainty and potential financial hardship that can stifle innovation and economic participation. And whereas other countries, such as Canada and members of the European Union, have adopted clear and enforceable accessibility standards, while the United States has not kept pace despite its leadership in disability rights and technology innovation. And whereas the Websites and Software Applications Accessibility Act would provide a statutory definition of accessibility, hold developers accountable, preserve protections for small businesses, and establish technical assistance centers and regulations to support compliance. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Utah in convention assembled this third day of May, 2025 in the city of Provo, Utah, that this organization strongly urge the United States Congress to pass the Websites and Software Applications Accessibility Act to eliminate uncertainty, enforce accessibility, support small businesses, and ensure that blind and disabled Americans have equal access to digital information and services. And be it further resolved that we look to our Utah delegation to lead in this effort and communicate their efforts to us in recognition of the importance full accessibility plays in our lives.
Thank you, Michael. Committee recommends do pass. Do we have questions, discussion on this resolution? I just want to have questions first. Anybody has it? All right, I was informed because I forgot because we're just moving along so well. I need to request a motion to accept this resolution.
We accept the resolution.
All right, it's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? I want to say one thing before we move on. You will notice a theme in these resolutions this year. And I think it's very important. You know, we talked about the Washington seminar and Sherilyn and going back there and so forth, and all the rest of the people that went back there, Millie and all the rest. We do that every year, and we meet with our congressmen, obviously. We try to get them to do these things. We've talked about these issues many times. But in the current climate, as people are so fond of saying, we believe that it is important that the representatives and senators realize that, yes, there were 12 people that came back and saw us, but there's a whole bunch more out here in the state of Utah that would have been there could we all have gotten into their office, which we wouldn't have been able to. But the point is these resolutions will be, the ones that are passed, will be sent to these people and let them know, you know, there is a group out here that support those folks that came back and talked to you. We really are out here and we really do mean what we say. And this convention passed this resolution. So that's just a theme. It's a little different maybe than we've had in the past, but this is a little bit different time than we've had. So I think we're moving in the right direction. These are good things for us to do. All right, resolution 2025-03. Michael, committee recommends do pass.
Regarding the Blind Americans Return to Work Act. Whereas Title II of the Social Security Act provides that disability benefits paid to blind beneficiaries, are eliminated if the beneficiary exceeds a monthly earnings limit, creating a financial penalty for working blind people known as the quote-unquote earnings cliff. And whereas under this cliff, if a blind person earns even $1 above the substantial gainful activity SGA limit, $2,700 per month in 2025, they lose all SSDI benefits. And whereas this creates a disincentive to work, resulting in blind Americans turning down promotions, raises, or additional hours out of fear of losing their entire SSDI income. And whereas the current trial work period and related rules are unnecessarily complicated and fail to provide a clear and consistent path back to the workforce. And whereas the Blind Americans Return to Work Act would eliminate the earnings cliff by instituting a 2-for-1 gradual reduction in benefits for income earned above the SGA limit, simplifying the rules and aligning SSDI more closely with the Supplemental Security Income Program. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Utah in convention assembled this third day of May, 2025 in the city of Provo, Utah, that we urge the United States Congress to enact H.R. 1175, the Blind Americans Return to Work Act, in order to eliminate the unjust earnings cliff that discourages blind Americans from reaching their full economic potential. And be it further resolved that we look to our Utah delegation to lead in this effort and communicate their work to us in recognition of the importance employment incentives and being productive citizens plays in our lives.
Thank you, Michael. Committee recommends do pass. Do we have questions?
It's okay to ask questions.
It certainly is. This is the time to do it. Here, can I get a, I need a motion? Oh, yes. Hold on.
6 months. We have a mic, we got a microphone coming to you, David.
Yeah, no, my question was, what was the amount of time we're allowed to work before we lose the
Well,
benefit?
it's $2,700 a month.
Yeah,
If you earn over that, $1 over that, you lose all your benefits. Well, SSI is a different program entirely. It has the gradual withdrawal, the dollar reduction for every $2 over the limit you earn. Social Security Disability does not. It has the, cliff, $1 over and you're gone. Now, just going back to what Everett said earlier today about how we don't, we keep at these things. We've worked on this, something to do with Social Security for a lot of years. One thing the Congress will realize, if they haven't already, we don't give up on these things. We keep going and we continue to keep going until we get something done. We may modify what we do. We may add things, subtract things or whatever, but we don't go away. We will get it done. Are there other questions about this?
Yeah. Yes. I know from experience, I know you're mentioning the SSI is a different program, but like if you need Medicare or Medicaid, usually those forms of insurance will drop off if you lose your SSI. And usually SSI is at a lower rate than most SSDI or SSA for on that other side for people who have worked. And depending on the credits you do get.
What's your question, Aaron?
That's kind of the question, I guess. And so I'm trying to figure out how that's going, how that's going to affect some people, because there's some people I know that are on SSI only.
Well, this won't affect SSI at all.
SSDI.
Yeah, SSDI it will affect because the amount of money that's given up through an SSI every month is, I'm not sure how they come up with it, but it's not based on earnings. Social Security Disability is based on what you earn and what you paid into Social Security.
Yeah.
So it will vary depending on who you are and how much you paid in and all that.
Well, I mean, and that's kind of the part, like for example, I get like maybe $40 on SSI part, but I get a bigger check on SSDI. So like I do get Medicare and Medicaid right now, but if I go work at all, unless that place of employment has insurance that's going to cover me, what kind of protections can I do on that? Because obviously
protections if you make $1 over it,
Yeah, right now there are no protections. If you earn $1 over, you're
so if I lose the SSI, because if it's for the SSI part, yeah. But
yeah, we're talking two different programs entirely.
Yeah.
The SSI already has this step down.
Yeah. So like, yeah.
Exactly. And that's why we've been on this for so long, because it's been a real problem.
But I mean, but that's kind of, my question is, because like out of every $2 you earn, so if I only get $40, for example, on SSI, and my bigger check is SSDI, if I go get a job, I'm going to automatically lose that real fast.
You probably would at $40.
So that means that that means that the job that I want to get needs to have benefits, or that's going to stop me from work.
You got to work on that.
If you know what I'm saying.
It's not really related to this resolution.
But if you have SSDI, you should have that Medicare and stuff anyway. But the point, like I said, the point of this one is that we are trying to change that program at least to make it easier for people that are on that. I think I had a motion, didn't I? Motion, do it again so I can make sure.
Moved, seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Was that another question or a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we pass the resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. The next resolution, resolution 2025-04. Committee recommends a do pass.
In support of preserving federal laws and programs that safeguard the rights of blind Americans. Whereas blind Americans rely on long-standing federal laws and programs to participate equally in education, employment, and community life. And whereas laws such as the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, prohibit discrimination and ensure accessibility in the public and private sectors. And whereas Section 501 of the Rehabilitation Act addresses employment practices of federal agencies, Section 503 prohibits discrimination by federal contractors. Section 504 ensures that programs receiving federal funding are accessible, and Section 508 requires that federal technology be accessible to the blind. And whereas the ADA includes Title I on employment, Title II on public services and transportation, Title III on public accommodations and commercial facilities, and Title IV on telecommunications, all of which provide important protections for blind people. And whereas the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, mandates Braille instruction and specialized education services essential to the success of blind students. And whereas federal funding for programs such as vocational rehabilitation, older blind programs, and Medicaid are essential in helping blind people live independently and with dignity. And whereas services such as Free Matter for the Blind and the National Library Service provide critical access to reading materials and information. And whereas efforts to reduce or restructure the federal government must not come at the expense of the civil rights and essential services that blind people have fought to secure. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Utah and convention assembled this 3rd day of May in the city of Provo, Utah, that we strongly urge the United States Congress, the President of the United States, and the courts of this nation to protect and preserve the federal laws and funding programs that empower blind Americans to live, learn, and work with full participation and equality. And be it further resolved that we place special emphasis on our Utah delegation to exercise leadership in seeing that the intent of this resolution is carried out and that they report to us on their ongoing work and progress.
Thank you. Committee recommends do pass. Questions on this resolution? Bacon.
I don't have a question, but I thought it would be important to point out that we're not requesting that the Department of Education remain. That's up to the president, that's up to Congress, and that's up to how they want to work that out. What we're asking for is the programs and the laws that directly affect us and other disabled people, that those be kept intact. So I wanted to clarify that so everyone is aware that that's exactly what we're asking for. If they decide they want to get rid of the Department of Education, fine. Don't do anything to affect our programs though. Our Randolph-Shepard program, our vocational rehabilitation program, IDEA, and so on. We need those protected and we need to make sure those are managed.
President Riccobono said this morning in his presentation, we don't really care where they live. We just want to make sure they live. You know, and that's the big difference. And I just want to say this resolution was put together, I think, partly because of one of the presentations that we did in Washington was to try to let them know how important these different programs are. We didn't have we're trying to say, look, these things exist. Please help us keep them. And that's what this resolution wants them to do. So we want them to keep those. All the things that we have, we want that to stay. Do I have a motion or are there other questions? So moved. Moved and seconded. Moved and seconded that the resolution pass. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution passes. Thank you much. Resolution 2025-05. Yes.
Hold on, we want a door prize.
Yeah, we're supposed to interrupt the.
Now, see, that's what we need, an aggressive door prize, people. It's about time, you know.
need a door prize.
Convention's almost over and they finally get aggressive.
Can I get a door prize? Door
prize.
I need some energy in this room.
Because we
give
better
you what you
spinning.
want.
All right. Go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, so what we have to give you is some delicious, I mean, you don't eat them, but they smell really good, shower steamers. And we got some candy. We got another like breath misty thing that go or something. And then we got the cords of, man, I kind of want to take this home with me. I want the charger. It's like a dual USB dual, like the new charger thing. It's a really cool port and then all the cords. So go ahead, Barbie.
All right, Sadie Carrillo.
Oh,
Is she here?
Sadie.
I know her husband's here.
But he can't take it, sorry. All right.
Next. Oh, that's sad. Shelly Taute.
Shelly Tate.
Are you in the room, Shelly?
Nope.
Oh, draw again.
If
Oh,
you're
boy.
here, jump up and make noise,
I know, we gotta get a new,
if you're that person.
everybody thinks that they're here. I know this guy's in the room.
Uh-oh, who is it?
Michael Harris.
Oh,
no! You know, somebody deserves a door prize. It's Michael. With all that reading,
Yeah, I was gonna
man, give him a hand. He's gonna get another one. Another person we need to thank really fast is Tina Reisner and Nick Reisner for helping us with our names and brailing the cards for these door prizes.
All right.
Now, some of these people have won multiple door prizes. I haven't gotten squat so far, so just so you know. Okay, we're at resolution 2025-05. Michael?
Regarding non-visual access to medical devices. Whereas an increasing number of medical devices, including glucose, oxygen, and blood pressure monitors, CPAP machines, and in-home treatment equipment, such as those used for dialysis and chemotherapy, now require interaction with digital interfaces. And whereas these devices are frequently inaccessible to blind people, thereby compromising our health, safety, and independence. And whereas the inaccessibility of these devices is particularly harmful given the growth in telehealth services, with 20% of medical visits now conducted remotely, and the limited proximity many Americans, especially in rural areas, have to hospitals and pharmacies. And whereas accessibility in medical devices is both achievable and affordable, as demonstrated by the accessibility of ATMs, accessible voting machines, and the widespread integration of gesture-based screen readers found in touchscreen mobile devices on the market today. And whereas current disability laws do not protect the rights of blind people to independently access medical devices, leaving a gap that endangers lives and perpetuates inequality. And whereas the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act would amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to require Class 2 and Class 3 medical devices with user interfaces to meet non-visual access standards, and would give the Food and Drug Administration regulatory authority to enforce these standards. And whereas this legislation would finally provide meaningful legal protection and accountability to ensure blind Americans have equal access to critical medical devices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the National Federation of the Blind of Utah, in convention assembled this 3rd day of May 2025 in the city of Provo, Utah, urge the United States Congress to enact the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, which will ensure that blind Americans are no longer left behind by the rapid evolution of digital health technologies. And be it further resolved that we look to our Utah delegation to lead in this effort and communicate their work and progress to us in recognition of the importance full accessibility to home health devices plays in our lives.
Thank you, Michael. Committee recommends a do pass. We have discussion or questions about this resolution? Have a motion? So moved and seconded that the resolution pass. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Those are the resolutions we have this year. I want to thank the Resolutions Committee for working with me on these resolutions. I want to especially thank Michael Harris, our stalwart Braille resolution reader.
Hey, I want to be a black hole someday. That's my new.
I always want to emphasize that so people realize Braille is very useful and he shows it to us every year. Thank you very much.
Mark Turley, if you'll make your way back up here. Well, yeah, and yeah, watch that step. It's a doozy. Let's see. I hope that everyone is in the room for elections. This is also a very important part of our business meeting. We have we have a board of directors that meets on a monthly basis throughout the year. And when the convention is not assembled and not in order, the board of directors is required to make sure that the affiliate continues to run. And then if the convention doesn't like the way the board of directors is doing it, they can, vote some new people out. Yeah, and vote new people in. So that's what your job is as a convention. You elect us and we try to do what you want us to do. And if we're not doing it right, we hope you tell us. So so that's kind of where we're at. Our nominating committee met sometime yesterday. And I had a representative for each chapter on that nominating committee. So Mark Turley is going to give us the nominating committee report.
So the nominating committee has the following names to present to the convention for election. We have the positions that are up for election, and these are all 2-year positions, will be first vice president, and the nominating committee would like to place the name of Sherilyn Johnson. And for second vice president, Carl Smith. For secretary, Barbie Elliott. And for board positions, Ned Lindholm, Willie Black, and Jesse Kramer. We would also like to remind the president, when he does the elections, to elect a delegate and an alternate delegate for the convention. That's our report.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for the gentle reminder. It is necessary. Do I have a motion to accept the nominating committee report? So it was moved. What was the name? What was the name of so moved over there? Sherilyn, thank you. And seconded? Tina? Okay, great. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Great. All right, so now we will open up elections. So the name of Sherilyn Creer has been placed in nomination. Sherilyn Johnson. Jesus. Can't believe I did that.
You're gonna lose
her. I'm sorry, Brad. The name of, and Sherilyn, I'm sorry. The name of Sherilyn Johnson has been placed in nomination for first vice president. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? It has been moved and seconded that Sherilyn be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Sherilyn. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something? All right, thank you, Sherilyn, so much. All right, the name of Carl Smith has been placed in nomination for the position of second vice president. Any other nominations from the floor? 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 It has been moved and seconded that Carl Smith be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Carl. Would you like to say something, Carl? All right, thank you, Carl. It kind of sounded like you were far away, but I knew you were in there. All right. The name of Barbie Elliott has been placed in the position of secretary. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Love it. It has been moved and seconded that Barbie Elliott be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Barbie.
Thank you so much.
Should you give us a door prize in honor of your election? Yes.
I really want to spin this up because,
Yeah,
gosh
you do
dang
that.
it, it is.
All right, well, you do that.
You guys tell them what they're gonna get. I ain't gonna play with this.
All right, well, she shuffles. I will tell you what's here. I have in front of me some lemonade Girl Scout cookies. I have some, what else is here? I have some mints. I have a piece of some jewelry and some, oh, and a breath spray.
Wow. Carrillos are going at it. May Carrillo? Okay.
Danielle's shuffling in here. Okay, the name is dun dun dun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let me
Yeah,
look.
you read that. I think it's the same person.
Let me do it. Cynthia Young.
Cynthia Young, yay.
Cynthia Young.
Oh, Sylvia.
I know
Young.
she's here. That's the one I drew out.
All right, all right. We'll move right along with our elections. We have 3 board positions. They're not done in any kind of particular order. The name of Dr. Ned Lindholm has been placed in nomination. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? It's been moved and seconded that Ned be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ned, congratulations. You want to say something? We're going to run and get a mic to you.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think I speak for all of the board members when we say we consider it an honor and a privilege to serve as your board of directors. And I make this promise to you that you will get the very, very best efforts, as you all deserve nothing less.
All right. The name of William Black has been placed in nomination. Any nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? It's been moved and seconded that William be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Will.
Thank you. And I just echo what Ned said. We'll do our best to live up to your expectations.
Did you want to say anything else or? Okay, okay. All right, we have one more. The name of Jesse Kramer, our chapter president in the Red Rocks chapter, has been placed in nomination. Any nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor? It's been moved and seconded that Jesse be elected by acclamation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Jesse. First official 2-year term.
I just want to say thank you. And if anybody has questions, concerns regarding our board, please, I'm trying to always give me a call or send an email. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. It's great. Jesse has kind of brought, the deaf-blind perspective to our board, which has been helpful because it's not something that. No, not obnoxious at all. No, it's very helpful. It's important. It's not something we always think about, and so I think it's a great perspective to have, and I'm really glad to have her here. So thank you. Congratulations, Jesse. All right. That is your board of directors. I just want to say, some of us have been in the board for quite a while here in Utah. I'm still excited to be president. I want to continue doing it. Just like Carl said, he wants to continue being second vice president. Sherilyn, Willie, Ned, you heard from Barbie, you've heard from all of them. They're all excited. We've all kind of grown together as a board, which I think is important. There's a lot of stability there. But I also recognize that we are going to have some transition at some point. We the same folks can't continue to do this forever. So if you are interested in a leadership position, you need to tell us. You gotta come up and say, hey, you gotta give me more jobs. I want to be a leader in the NFB of Utah. And I think many of us would welcome that, and we would want that to happen more. And I think we can find things for you to do in different positions here. You don't have to just be a member of the board to do something for the affiliate. But if you aspire to do some kind of leadership and be on the board at some point, please let us know. Please tell us, and we'll definitely consider that, and we'll work to see what we can do to make changes when those times are necessary and needed. So. Okay, that was what I wanted to talk about there, and thank you everyone for your process on our elections. It is customary that the convention make a recommendation for delegate to the convention. The delegate to the convention represents the NFB of Utah at the national convention. That means the delegate will most likely be a part of the nominating committee for national board members. The delegate will also make the vote if necessary, if a roll call comes up for resolutions and other business matters at the convention. So my name, Everett Bacon, has been placed as the delegate by the nominating committee. Okay, Kevin moves to elect by acclamation. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. I will do my best. I will do my best to represent all of you. And I definitely, if there's something that's passionate that you want me to know about, I'm there to listen, and I'm always open. So thank you. In case something happens to me, like I got hit by a car, which has happened. I know this, or anything else, we need an alternate delegate. We need someone to represent in case I can't. So that name Mark Turley has been placed as alternate delegate. Do I have a motion to accept that? It's been moved and seconded that Mark Turley be the alternate delegate. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Mark will be the alternate delegate. Great. So that comes to the close of the business portion of our agenda. And you'll note, yeah, that's a good thing. And you'll notice I'm done a little early, which is pretty exciting because that doesn't always happen either. We definitely need a door prize, but I'm just going to say one other thing. So tonight is our banquet. The doors will open at 6 p.m. But they don't start serving the food till about 6:15. So I just want you to be aware of that. You'll be coming into the banquet. If you come in a little early, they won't start serving food till about 6:15. Ron Roberts, you're in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
Ron Roberts will be playing the piano. So it'll be wonderful to hear Ron play the piano for us as part of our dinner entertainment. We'll have an awesome keynote address from President Riccobono. We will have our PAC plan report. So Chris Wyckoff is our PAC plan chair, and he will give us our PAC plan report. So come, and be ready to increase or start a new PAC plan. So that'll be exciting. We will also have some scholarships to give away, right, Ned? Yeah. All right. And then we'll also have some more auction items and maybe an extra award or two. So it'll be a great banquet. It'll be a lot of fun. Willie chose the food, so if you don't like it, blame him. I always say that to you, Willie. But the food will be awesome, I promise. Should we tell him what it is, Willie? Willie, should we tell him what it is? Should we tell him what it is? Willie chose steak for you guys tonight. So, yeah. Not chicken, steak, yes. All right, well, here, let's do that final big door prize for tonight. We will have some door prizes at the banquet. Let's give away a big door prize before we adjourn.
This is going to have a $50 bill in it. That's what I know. Plus, what else are they getting, guys? What are they getting? Okay, we're getting
Yes. Well, no. Oh, we have it right here. And then I got $20. Ooh, money, right? Money. And then what is this again? A drum kit or something? No. What is that? It's candy.
It's candy.
Oh, it's candy. Okay, I was like wired earbuds.
Wired
That's what it was.
earbuds.
I was
That's
like,
right.
Hey,
Okay.
those Meta glasses did not do the right thing. Okay, you lied, Meta. Okay.
Okay, it goes to Amanda Langston. Are you
Are
in the
you
room?
here? Ooh.
How about Kay Wyckoff? Is she in the room?
What?
What?
Hey,
Nobody's
is,
here.
Is it getting deserted in
Is
here? I
anybody
don't hear
here?
anyone. Is there anyone in this room?
How about Michelle Neely?
Michelle Neely?
Oh, Michelle Neely. I need more noise. I don't hear anybody.
Adra. All right. How about Adra Manasian?
All right,
I think she got her. All right, we got her. We will stand adjourned. See you at banquet.